You working on stuff there, or you done stuff, or you around?
Hello.
Are you back in here now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't know why it takes this mic like forever to come online. Plug it in. What's going on? I got busy. I couldn't join your chat.
No, that's right. It wasn't a very good one. I think the concept will work, but I need to actually come up with some topics before I jump into it, I guess.
It's cool. I don't really watch the news. Anything going on?
Well, it bothers me that so much attention is being drawn up in that bullshit story, and every time I listened to a chat this week, I didn't even want to join them, because every time I listened, it was just like anti-gun shit, anti-gun shit, anti-gun shit from people who aren't anti-gun, you know?
Oh, the
Yeah, I didn't even want to talk about it, so it just was like, let's, not only is that annoying that, like, we're being set up, like, they put that story out there, it's once in, like, 360 million, as far as I'm concerned, times however many years we've had guns, because I guarantee, and I swear, I mean, as much as I know about the man, I got to assume that when Browning got done building the first machine gun, right?
Mhm.
It wasn't like, oh, keep the kids out of here. He was like, oh, then it would be cool, have the kids shoot this. You know what I mean? He was a family man, and he was like an inventor, and he was just a regular dude. So there's no possible way that kids haven't been shooting those things. I'd be surprised if his son wasn't one of the first 10 people to pull the trigger on the first machine gun ever made, kind of thing.
Probably, right?
So the fact that we're going to sit here and preach to each other about how children shouldn't even own firearms, like this is a scourge, like it happened
Right.
once, twice, as far as I know, in the history of the country. Once, like, the story's up, and then we're going to all turn on each other. It was horrible. Anyway, so I just did not want to even get into that on a public thing. And then that freaked everybody out, I guess, and they were all like, what? We're not supposed to talk about the news. Well, we're talking about the news.
Yeah, I didn't. I was raging in the external chat. So.
Dude, seriously. I had to leave. I couldn't even watch some of the
Right.
earlier ones when it first happened. I was like, I'm not watching this. Like, these
Yeah.
people don't hate guns, but they're feeding the anti-gunners. Oh, it was horrible.
I'm just finding something else to do.
So anyway, and then I was also, just as much as I don't like that story or whatever, the fact that it took up 100% of everything this week, it seems like.
Really.
Like, what the hell really happened? Like, I don't think they engineered that. They just capitalized on it. They exploited it. But how else did they benefit besides the fact that they got us to all beat up on each other again? Like, what else happened this week? And things like, what's his face? Uh, the Microsoft guy, Bill Gates, jumping in on the anti-gun. I don't give a shit if he's a rich man. I want to know what made Bill Gates decide this week or whatever is time to get on board. I mean, what's going on? This is an election coming up. Did they decided,
Well,
what is
they
the strategy that this is a part of?
Well, he contributed to like the proposal of required background checks, right? Like something like
I get the idea that he's like, I at least I don't know, I don't
him
read
and
the nerds articles either, but I get the idea that he's thinking, oh, I can make this process better. Like, oh, I can throw my computer wizardry at
Mm,
this to make this
I don't
an
honestly
easy
don't
background check.
necessarily. I think it was more of a. It seems like he's in with a group, but he may be one of the larger contributors. And it was
Oh,
probably
so the group did their thing, and they're like, instead of saying us that nobody's heard of, let's say him.
right, you know,
Okay.
and so they're like wanting to sponsor a bill or something like that. And I'm not saying he's pro or anti or either way, but I just don't think he woke up one morning and was like, we need to fix the scourge of no background checks. It's probably like they donated to, those four guys donated to his stuff, and now he's due to donate to some of their stuff, or
I hear
I
you.
just
I just want to. That's the thing, though. That we should have been researching that. There should have been some scrutiny into
sure.
that, and not into what they want us to talk about all the damn time.
And it still
So,
poses a threat, whatever the motivation is, regardless.
oh, I think so.
It should still be
Because I
addressed.
figure it's got to be those people on the fence that are like, oh, I don't care one way or the other. Oh, wait, Bill Gates cares? Now all of a sudden that makes me think I should think about this maybe. So it's also
So,
making me think that, man, I got my two sides of Facebook. I got the gun websites page, like the entity gun websites, which is easy to deal with because it's just all about guns. And then I've got the other piece of it, which you can't do everything on Facebook as an entity. You have to be a person for some things. And for whatever reason, they think GUN web is a name. So I keep that as my name over there for that other half of gun websites, right? So
right.
that way together, gun websites can do what I fucking want on a damn Facebook. So I'm scrolling through the private side, let's call it, and looking at its news articles, and that's like associated with people, where the other side, the page, is only associated with other pages and groups and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I go down the group side, and it's all like, I'm subscribed, I think, to every pro gun thing in the country. So as I scroll down, it's like, this pro gun thing, this pro gun, this pro gun. Every once in a while, something that's like off topic or weird, from the pro gun things. But then for the most part, it's mostly just pro gun stuff. And then a few like ads from the really big. I only uh, joined or whatever a couple of the manufacturers. I didn't join like every manufacturer I ever heard of or anything, so I don't get too many sales things. And it's mostly like pro gun, achievements or whatever. Then I flip over to my whatever we want to call the private side, like the regular person side of Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
and it is like, here's somebody's head getting chopped off. Here's some guy punching a puppy in the face. Here is like another reason why we should hate fill in the blank minority. Like here's how all the people in this area of the country are animals or whatever, or like whatever. It's just like night and day, and I don't even like to look at this other side, except that that's also where like you know Beardman will type something in, or like one of my friends will type something in that I know here in town or something. It's like I need to somehow filter all the
Yeah, good luck with
other
that.
people I don't even know who they are. Well, my problem is I was like, oh, you just like everybody who likes you, right? That's how you work these social medias. It's not the way to work this social media.
I told someone today, my wife and I, we chop someone every night. We take a half hour before we go to bed, just find someone, give them the boot. We don't, but that'd be a good way to go about it.
No, that's seriously a good idea. I do it by this. As soon as I see somebody either post or repost somebody getting hit in the face or beheaded or any of that shit, they're gone. And now if it's like a puppy or something gross,
You're gone.
gone. And then if it's like, just being blatantly racist or like acting like you're not racist but you're really racist, gone. And that's not as many, I'm glad to say. Definitely more of the like I don't know if do you call it racist when you are trying to tell people that like those people are chopping each other's heads off. I don't know if that's necessarily so much racist. It's just like a scared of these crazy people over there. But anyway, very few of them are super racist. I don't want people to think that everybody I talk to on Facebook is a racist either, because it's not like that. But when they are racist, I don't give them a warning. They're gone. And then I don't know. I'm back and forth on some of the like cute kitten stuff or the cute puppy stuff, because some of that is pretty good. I seen one today with the. Have you seen the little penguin baby?
No.
There's one where a little penguin baby is like at a zoo or some sort of rescue place. Like it's just in an office, but it's a little baby penguin, right? Like the size of
Mm-hmm.
your ankle. And it's flapping around like a little baby penguin would do if it didn't have a mom or whatever. And then they called it over to this guy who's sitting in a chair, and it comes over, and he kind of puts his hand down and just wiggles his finger a little bit, but the little penguin baby figures out how to, like, with one move, like, immediately jump on the finger to get 100% of the amount of rubbing that was going on, to get, like, belly rubbing, and it makes this sort of, like, little, I don't know how to describe it, like a little songy noise that goes, ah, and it's hilarious, and his little feet go. So that kind of stuff, like, I wouldn't have known what a baby penguin looks like when you rub its belly, but now I feel better for knowing that, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything, but now at least I can think back to a time when I saw a baby penguin get really happy, as opposed to, like, oh, here's some, like, weirdo motherfuckers chopping each other's heads off, or their kids' heads off, or weird shit like that.
It's always a good time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even. That's why I don't. Like maybe once a week I check the Facebooks. I don't know. I'm just not.
Well, like you say, the good side is worth doing it. I definitely think.
I mean, yeah, I can use Reddit for that. There's a whole section like /r/aw.
I tried watching Reddit, and Reddit's weird to me. I'm trying. What the hell is that? I'm trying to give it a benefit of the doubt. What is today? Is today a holiday?
Saturday.
It's not like somebody threw off like the biggest firework from the 4th of July ever. It's like not even dark out yet, though. Anyway, I've been trying that Reddit thing, and I go to the sub forum for AKs, and I go to the sub forum for Russian guns, and I think I'm subscribed to them, so they give me all their stuff. But it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm too narrowed focused or something, because it'll only ever, like, maybe every couple of days there's something new there.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't use it for guns, really.
Oh, okay.
I might check our guns or our Glocks, but that's it. I don't.
Oh, there's a Glock. Well, I'll watch that, I guess.
There's not enough gun people really on there, for the most part. I normally check the front page and sort by top.
Oh, see, when I went to the front page, though, it was all like the people getting kicked in the nuts, and then just like the ice bucket challenges and shit.
You can take what you like and look in the sub, like /DIY. Lots of really cool projects in there. So like whenever you're on the front page, it just helps me find subreddits really, and it lists where that came from, where that was posted.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And you can just find that subreddit, and because there are some good ones, but I certainly wouldn't use it for guns really. Did you see the one with the wood? It was like a dude got a 2x4, had a bullet in it. It's like cross section. Like someone shot the tree.
Oh. Oh, really? I gotcha. Well, that's kind of cool. I have pieces of wood that were from like the Civil War. I've seen them with old guns. Like I know of a couple of guns that have a piece of wood with a bullet in it, and these are like, this is the gun that killed this guy, and this is the bullet. Like it lodged in the tree behind the dead guy, or this is the bullet that he killed so and so with, and they pulled the bullet out of the tree, and here's the bullet. And I've seen lots of those cowboy guns like to have that kind of shit with them. But nothing like, just like, here, I was buying 2x4s one day, and I wondered why there was this, like my stud finder went off, and then I found this bullet in there. So it's actually kind of weird. Well, I guess with the factory farms.
Well, so that's the best part about Reddit, right, is these comments. So if you just looked at the picture of this, you'd be like, oh, the picture is pretty cool, right? But there's a metric shit ton of experts on Reddit, and everything you would ever want to know about any topic, someone chimes in on who's like a legit expert, usually for the most part. So in what this thread turns into is this a problem for lumberjacks? Did you ever think about that? With their chainsaws or whatever?
Wait, sorry, say that again? Is it a what?
Would this be a problem for lumberjacks?
Oh, the lead? No.
Right. But did you know that environmentalists started spiking trees?
Sure, but that's why they spike them with metal or with steel nails and screws and shit, not with lead, because lead wouldn't be as effective.
So then they started using metal detectors on trees. So then they started drilling and putting ceramic rods in trees.
Nice.
Is what they say in these comments. It's pretty crazy.
People that want to disregard what do you want to call that? Like, do they call it the environmental movement when it's that hardcore? Like, if you want to disregard like Earth First or the people that are crazy hardcore, whatever Earth First like hardcore people are, like they're more devoted than a lot of the, what do you want to call, like, patriots or whatever, for lack of a better term. Seriously, those people are motivated, and have you ever read some of their books, some
Oh
of their
yeah.
literature? It's
Yeah.
not fucking around. They learn shit the same way, anybody who's motivated wants to actually learn shit and get some information across. They don't fuck around. Well, I
It's pretty
mean,
crazy.
if we're going to have internal terrorists, I mean, they're going to probably be better terrorists than other terrorists.
I guess.
And I guess they're technically terrorists.
But yeah, they're basically saying the lead is just soft and it doesn't really cause a problem.
No, at first I was thinking, well, that's just somebody was hunting or something, and tree got shot, big deal. But then when you think about two by fours, they're coming from not necessarily, it would be really weird odds to have a two by four come out the shooting distance of a tree. You would think the two by fours are coming out of the higher stuff.
Right.
But then again, who knows? Did they look at the bullet to see like age or chronology or whatever that would be? History of it. Is it like a ball, or was it an actual copper jacketed hollow point, or if it was a old ass ball from like Civil War or something, that could be really neat.
Yeah, it just looks like a jacketed.
If it's just a modern bullet, then probably just somebody shooting up in the air. Some dipshit shooting it at Burgard. For some reason, I get the
No,
idea
it's
that two by four came out of like a piece of the tree, like at least 20 feet up in the air.
so the way I get the best out of these subreddits is this is from Mildly Interesting. So I head over there and then I sort by top, and then depending on how deep it is, I'll go back either a week, a month, or a year and links from it. So I could go back and see what the top links are for the subreddit from this beginning of this year or all time. And I'll see the best of what this subreddit has to offer for the most part.
I'm gonna be right back.
Yep.
Well, damn, nobody wants to chat tonight, I guess. You want to just go
Yeah,
off air and talk about people behind their backs?
yeah, I know, right? Huh. Reading the external about some of the stuff the eco terrorists. Huh. It's crazy.
Well, people, when they feel like they're protecting the greater good, don't feel like they are responsible, I guess. They don't think, I guess. Or they don't think ahead, or, what's the result of their shit's going to be. Anyway, not an excuse, but...
Well, they do, but it's just not a logic that we understand because they're
Well, I mean, I don't
they
think like this one where she cut the things. That seems like somebody who was like, oh, I'll show them. She just doesn't realize that it's not going to show them. It's going to show some innocent bystander far removed from where it's
And
actually
that's the
happening.
terrorist part of it. They're like, you have to be willing to put innocent lives at risk to show.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what
but
I
usually
think they
they're
think
trying to put
beyond
innocent
crime.
lives of loggers, not people that own wood homes. You know what I mean?
I don't. I think that they think beyond that to their greater good. So therefore, I don't think their thinking stops at the logger. Is my point. I think it goes beyond that, and everyone, unfortunately, can get caught up in the net while they're doing what they need to do in order to further their cause.
It's true. Same way I write all the little people off when I go to take over the internet.
All right.
Well, some people shouldn't have been online if they didn't want to get the equivalent of steamrolled on the internet.
Shit. My Rottweiler's acting weird. She's just hiding behind the couch. We couldn't find her. We're checking under the bed and all the closets.
What happened? Your dog's acting weird?
Yeah, well, I mean, not like odd, like I'm concerned, just like just being a weirdo. You know what I mean? Like we couldn't
My
find her.
dog will do that, and it's like, then you find out that he peed somewhere or like something, or
She's
like
probably getting
he
ready to
goes
go into
off.
heat or something. She has like a false pregnancy almost every time she goes into heat. So first couple of times we were all freaked out, but yeah, so she's probably just doing something silly like that. She gets
I
all
get worried
lovey.
about shit bricks over here. Whenever he gets like, well, I kind of got to poop, so he'll like act weird and run around. And then sometimes he'll just be like, "Oh yeah, that's what I need to do, poop." And it's like, wait, you're supposed to tell me when you want to poop.
Right. I got them on routine. They're in a routine here for the most part, so I keep bells on the door so they can ring it. But
Yeah, stupid cat's not that good smart though.
mm.
They edit the news feeds on Facebook. You can change the settings if you want real news or fiction. Oh, really? I should look at filtering it then. Who owns the trails? We own the trails. Because the trails are on, well, I'm assuming you're talking about trails in like the forest or something. If the trails are on public land, then the public owns them, right?
Was Stone on that night?
Kinda. He was in there, but he didn't say anything. And then when I later on in the chat, I was like, "Hey, are you there, Stone?" He never answered, so like he either fell asleep or left. It was a horrible chat, though. To be honest, I'm not blaming him.
Seen any new guns lately?
I had, I was at the gun. I was hanging out at a gun shop all day.
Yeah, anything good?
Hmm. I guess no, but they had the Cerakote guy come in, and that was interesting. Seeing a Ruger, I think a SP-101. It's hard to tell when it's all painted. Um, Damn, he told me a million times, and I still don't remember. Some kind of brown, and then graphite black on the cylinder
Yeah.
and the highlights.
Patriot
So
Brown.
Patriot brown is probably it. Pretty neat, pretty neat. I got a picture of it. I guess I could have showed you a picture. You could probably tell from that. But
And graphite black, which is probably a little matte.
a little bit matte, but and a little bit gray, I guess.
Right.
But not enough to make it annoying. It's like a parkerized-ish look. More like, like a blue park, like a bluing over park or something. A black
Probably
blue
turned
over
out
park.
good. Black
Yeah, it
trader.
was pretty neat. I don't remember, but probably. But did the cylinder, so first time he shot it, it blew the Cerakote off like around the chambers, which, what the hell, you can paint chambers, so, that's to be expected. So he was really worried about that. Like the painter, the guy was like, oh, is the customer going to be okay? And then, anyway, so he was worried about that. So that was kind of drawing my attention, I guess. But overall, I think it was pretty neat.
He
Trying to
didn't
think if
plug
I
the.
have any.
It didn't look like he plugged the chambers whenever he Cerakote.
Yeah, it's just that once you shoot it, and
Right.
how a revolver works, it just came back and blew some of the paint away around them.
Mm-hmm.
So they just looked like uneven instead of being a nice crisp line. So, I mean, it wasn't anything that big a deal.
I hear you. I've never had that problem though. That's why I'm kind
Do
of.
do you paint cylinders normally?
Yeah, but not the inside. Not
Okay.
the insides.
Well,
I
no,
use
that's
like
what I'm saying. He didn't paint the insides, but on the back end, like the flat part, it was like, it whatever. Like you mask it and then you peel the masking away. There's like an edge there at the top of the chamber, like on the flat part of the cylinder, and then that would have been a nice crisp line. And when I'm sure he put the bullet in there, it was a nice crisp line. But then when he shot it, the like pressure or whatever, flame and stuff, like ripped that line into like a torn paper looking shape instead of just a nice crisp line.
I use like these hard rubber plugs, graduated size plugs.
Is that like a dummy round?
Kinda. Yeah, kinda. They're high temp plugs, and I use them on all. I don't use masking tape on a cylinder.
Oh, that might be what he used too. I have no idea.
Yeah. Huh. I don't know.
Because you got to make all those pieces, right?
You guys Cerakoting revolvers? Is that what I'm hearing?
I've done it.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Oh wow.
If you can't handle that kind of mind-blowing discussion, then maybe Gun Channels isn't for you.
I'll see if I can work my way around it.
We're willing to take revolvers to that level.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Oh, well, the thing is, I got a LCR 357, right? And then 5 seconds after I bought it, of course, asshole Ruger decides to make one in green. So now I'm sitting here with a black one like a sucker. And I've carried it and used it, and it's all gross, so I can't get anything for it if I try to return it. So that's why I'm thinking halfway about having them turn this thing green or something, even though it never moves from my pocket ever, so it's really no point.
Those probably look pretty good in flat dark earth, or even a two-tone. Who knows?
That'd be interesting. Have you ever seen one like totally taken apart? I'd never have.
Oh, an LCR?
Yeah.
No, I'm an armorer. I don't have that kind of balls.
Yeah, that's one reason I don't.
If I had like a really nice place to take guns apart, I guess maybe I would, but my stuff's all too rough and.
Does he take anything apart that you give him, or
everything? Yeah.
He takes it apart and reassembles it all?
Yeah, like that revolver, he took it all apart. Crazy.
That's where I can't afford to do it. On some guns, yes, but some guns, no.
Exactly.
Like,
time-wise and parts-wise, like replacement and parts-wise, he wouldn't be able to do it, and he won't do some guns anymore because of that. So he's learning this lesson, I think. He does some for us because we're friends or whatever, you know what I mean? So
right.
He does some for the group of guys that got him doing it, but I don't think it's a general rule. He likes taking stuff apart. He doesn't even know how to put it back together.
Does the trigger group come out the bottom on that one like it does on other Ruger pistols or revolvers? I mean,
I have no idea. I've never taken it apart.
I don't know. You didn't have to worry about a side plate. That'd be pretty cool, actually.
Not really. It depends on a finishing perspective. Like I said, I sandblast everything that I can, and that's like everything that I'm not gonna. Even stuff can't put in the oven, like a scope, I'll still lightly sandblast. So that means you can't.
It's just because you get paid. You have a lot of interest in the sandblast media concerns. You're trying to keep their business going.
Yeah, exactly. I got sand pits that my family's gonna go broke on if we don't keep it up. So you don't want something with like a lot of some kind of crevice you can't get to or something like that. So if it was polished, like I wouldn't leave it polished and try to coat it. you need something to grab onto if you want to have a durable finish. So I'm not sure how that setup would be. I would rather have a side plate revolver. I haven't done one that doesn't have a side plate that I'm aware of. Because you wouldn't want to get sand stuck up in somewhere, you know,
Oh yeah, that's true.
not be able to clear it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're baking it and blowing up in there and up in there with dental picks and
Oh, God knows what else. Q-tips.
right. And it doesn't take much. So sometimes
Hey,
on
well,
stuff like that,
No,
you have to
the
degrease
last
it
thing you,
and
yeah,
outgas
the
it.
last thing you want on a revolver is a gritty trigger, especially from sand.
I'm sorry. I just came in and all I heard was dental picks and Q-tips and cleaning up in there, and I didn't really know what the topic was. Sounds like how
Dingleberries.
Yankee fixes his VDs,
Dingleberries.
dingleberries.
Klingons.
I like that picture you have up there. Haven't actually watched that movie. Seems very sacrilegious from the preview.
Oh,
But
it is. It's good.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Oh, Dano's going to watch it before you do, so you better get to it.
Uh-oh.
I know. He added it to his queue, so I want to be able to keep up a chat with him.
Should I wait for a Dano review of it? I know what his review is going to be. He's going to hate it. But anyway,
I'll bet he doesn't finish watching it.
I bet he doesn't finish watching it either. Yeah,
That's a tough movie to watch.
yeah, it's hard. From the previews, I could tell it's a hard movie to watch.
No, it's excellent.
I mean, it looks good, but me being a church-going feller, a little hard with all the GD bombs that they were dropping.
I can see that. I can understand that.
We've talked about doing Cerakote and stuff numerous times on here, but how hot do you have to bake that normally to make it work? I mean, could you do it in a standard kitchen oven?
Sure,
I mean, you wouldn't use the one in your house, but
you could.
Are you asking if there's a $35 kit to start Cerakoting?
well, that's kind of where I was going next.
All you need is a $35 kit, a hammer, and an oven.
I like hammers. I keep trying to get Dano to use a hammer on his AK, but he almost admitted doing it.
For smaller parts, you can get away with using your home oven. For larger stuff and larger runs, you're supposed to use what's called a solvent oven, which has a fan that runs in it constantly and vents out through a filter.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you want to be able to hang your parts to be able to do it right for the most part. So,
Kind of in a way, it's like powder coating. I mean, you're not powder coating, but as far as the baking process, it's real similar then, huh?
right, you got to rack your
Mm-hmm.
parts and prepare your, oven and stuff like that. Make sure they don't swing into each other and, all that good stuff. So the point is, you probably couldn't do an AR upper in your home oven unless you had a huge one. I wouldn't think. I don't know. I've never tried it. But you can also I've heard of guys that just get cheap home oven off a Craigslist and then just dedicate that to this type of stuff.
What
Sure.
about you take like a piece of really wide, I don't know, 10-inch chimney pipe or flute, whatever that's called, flue, and then you insulate that or whatever you need to
Yeah,
do
I've
it,
seen those.
and then you put like some sort of a heat at the bottom, like a
Hot plate.
yeah, and then you lay your gun hanging from the top of that tube with the heater going up it, but then that's not as consistent, I suppose. You
No,
have to flip
but
the thing upside down.
Well, what kind of temperature are you looking at?
It's not even baking, right? It's like 300-ish, not even.
yeah, it depends on what the part is. And number one, so you're not gonna.
That's true. You can't heat plastic.
PMAG. Yeah, I'm not gonna do a PMAG that high or even a Glock frame that high.
So you're talking like maybe in the 150s, 180s range?
175
Yeah.
probably ish, and I just go for a longer time, generally
Right.
speaking.
So what's the deal? You're trying to evaporate something out of the paint, or
Right.
you're trying to melt the paint into the metal. Like they did
No,
with
I
the
mean,
boars.
to metal's not really porous. I don't get this whole opening up. It's not skin. It's not
Sure
a
it is.
living
Well,
thing.
on
Yeah,
a
exactly.
very, very
Well, it'll
microscopic level, it
depend on the
is.
metal because each metal is different, but not even microscopic though. I mean, metal is just a solution of metal. It's cooled and there's all kinds of unless it's polished stainless or something that's highly polished, just polished, it's going to have all kinds of
It's
porosity.
not that deep though. I mean, it's not nothing you're gonna put in there is gonna make any real. I don't know. I don't think so. For the most part. And
Well,
the
what if
Have
you
y'all
do
ever
something like
seen?
what do they do to aluminum? The
anodizing,
anodizing that literally goes in and soaks in and
sure.
changes the physical properties of the aluminum, right?
Hmm.
Or enhances, I guess.
No,
Have
that
y'all
does.
ever?
Yeah, I
Have
used to
y'all ever
work in an
worked with?
anodizing plant years ago.
Yeah, different steels have different porousness levels. The highest is Edward James Olmos steel.
Yeah.
Very, very porous, crater-like.
Crater-like.
So what were we on before forest steel? Can't
But
remember.
before Cerakoting or before
No.
the porosity of the steel?
Yeah, exactly. Forget what the question was.
Well, we were talking about the making
All the
improvised
heat, how long?
cooking or
So
whatever. Yeah.
yeah, 175. Don't really take too much stuff above 350. And that's only if I'm trying to get out of there. Normally it'd be 300, 3 1/4. I
What
like to
about
let it
taking
go.
all the racks out of like a big barbecue and then suspending the part in the middle of the barbecue and letting the things on a low burner?
Not the worst idea. I mean,
Uh,
ideally, I want to get it as hot as I can because it's gonna end up with being a better finish in the end.
Does that
Um,
also like kill the or create less surface tension in the covering or the Cerakote because it's not pooling or something?
I don't know. It's possible. It goes on real thin, so it's just in my experience the stuff that stinks the worst and that you heat up the most is what works the best. So,
I'm gonna
well,
go down and I mean I've used paint before, but not even like Duracoat or any of those. So I'm gonna go down and try to look over the shoulder of this dude when he goes down and does it next time or sometime,
mhm.
so I get a better idea of those process.
I mean, I'll tell you the right way from start to finish. It's not. It's just all prep. I mean, it's all proper prep. So dirty gun gets completely clean, parts get separated, they get masked if they're after they get degreased initially or whatever. They get baked out so that any grease falls off of them or evaporates or whatever. They get they get into a good solvent bath again, air dry, sandblasted, solvent bath, baked out, air dry,
oh my God.
cooled. Yeah, cooled, and then because you gotta let them cool down, you can't just spray them right then. Um, then you heat the oven up and make sure it's ready, because you don't. You has it's higher than what you bake the parts out at. So parts cool down, spray first coat. After you rack, it takes a while to racking up takes a good long time. You know what the best thing to use to rack up and make hooks is? Um,
Coat hanger.
electric fence stuff. No, coat hanger's too thick. It's a pain in the ass. Electric fence wire. You can buy it at farm places and shit in big spools.
Hmm.
And just use a set of linesman's pliers and make your hooks.
I'm not gonna buy it. I can just go cut some off of a fence somewhere.
It's a very good idea too, as well.
Gee Webs, how dare you, sir, endanger our borders by cutting wire off the border?
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
gonna take it off the international fence down there.
The last thing you want to do is be caught cutting fences out in the West.
so then I'll go some 3 coats sometimes, real light in the corners. It's like you're painting anything else. Like all the difficult parts you get first, all the easy parts, go last, so you don't overspray, but you work like 6 inches or so from it. You really want it to go in looking kind of wet, and like I said, it depends. You got to take it back out, look at it, which is sometimes hard to do. Make sure and you got to think about the trigger guard in something. How difficult it is to spray inside and make it inside of a trigger guard even.
Oh yeah, without getting
while
a
keeping
runny
the
mess.
outside too thick on the. Yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to. So, anyway, you got to inspect all your work because if you drop the part while it's wet, you have to start over. Like you have to sandblast it, you have to bake it. You can't just solvent it off and just go back to the previous layer. Like you have to bake it, harden it, sandblast it, start over again.
Oh
So,
wow.
If you have to do all that, I just wouldn't drop it.
Yeah, never mind.
Well, that's the part about racking that's so important.
Next, you're going to tell me it's a best practice to not be drunk off your ass when you do this.
It just goes quicker if you're not drunk. Now, once you put the parts in the oven and you got some hours to wait, or you got to clean up, smart person cleans up. But if you're running stuff all day, like you got parts in the oven, I think you can have a beer. So, the nice thing about them though is once they come out and they cool down, as long as you did everything right, or like they're done, they're ready to go. So you can assemble them right then and roll on. The air dry stuff, which I don't do a lot of. You can't handle it for 24 hours. Then they say it doesn't fully cure up to a month.
Oh wow.
But you can ship it and handle it and like mount it and things like that. But it doesn't. And then it's still not even close to being. I mean, it's. I don't want to say not even close, but it's definitely not the same as. I would consider it more Duracoat quality than.
So for things like holes for pins and mag releases and those kinds of things, I mean, they usually don't have real tight tolerances, but you ever run into a situation where you had to get some sandpaper out to make things fit again?
And that's why I use quality heat plugs like these. They're from NIC. I had them from other companies, but they're high temp silicone graduated plugs. And I've learned to use them in most of the frame pin locations and all that stuff because I don't like having to deal with that. A frame pin that went in smooth before, that's, again, back to the assembly part and all that. Or now you're smacking a frame pin in and then your punch slips and you take a chunk out of the thing that you just did and then you could just disassemble everything and start over again and recode it. Like, I'd lose my ass on tearing apart these crazy, stupid guns that it's just not worth it. I'm more of the, I'll give you a good discount on the coating because that's what I do well and I can get it in the shop all the time. So we'll do that. If you really, disassembly, reassembly of anything but what's on this list, you're going to have to find someone else to do it.
So after you go through all of that prep, all of that painstaking work to get the coating just right, how well does this stuff wear? I mean, you're not. Is it going to be holster proof to a certain extent?
If you do it right, it'll last for weeks.
Weeks. Nice.
It's pretty. I mean, it's the best. It's definitely the best you're going to find on the market. That's for sure.
So it's a step above rattle can spray paint.
It's not. It's miles ahead of that.
Yeah.
It's definitely miles ahead of that. It's not. It's like anything else. It's not impervious, to anything at all. But really, the most you're going to see, like I have had my, like the one Glock 26 that I carried for years, and there's a very small up on the corners where you would get on a holster. Like if you added it up, it would be total. Both sides would be less than half of your pinky nail of material that's been worn off. Like it's really
that's not bad. This is
really
a carry gun. You're not being super careful with it.
No, and it's gotten a lot of, and especially with me because I'm not careful with any of my shit. So it holds up if it's done right. That's the key thing that I keep trying to key in, and I can show you two things that came out of the oven that look the same, but the prep wasn't done the same, and over time one's going to wear faster than the other one. The one whose prep was done right is not gonna you're gonna have a better end product, even though, like I said, whenever they first come out of the oven, they may look pretty much the same thing. And that Nothing Fancy video is a horrible example. It's like how not to do most of that stuff. So you can do it at home. You don't have to have a sandblaster. You can take your stuff to a sandblaster. You can buy small handheld sandblasters if you really want to do it on the regular, and you can use your home oven if you really want to for smaller parts as well. So I don't know. I like it.
If you guys are game, then look at that link I just put in there. Quit fucking breathing on me. And then check it out, and then we can discuss the tactics. Because as I read through it, it was didn't all seem all that legit to me.
This reminds me of those videos that you made years back.
Yeah, it's like, Huck left. I thought he'd be all about this. Damn it, forget it. I don't even want to do it anymore. Anyway, it's about situational awareness. I think it's written for like chicks, I guess, or people that are dumb or something. But like I say, some of the things as I was scrolling through it, I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me. That seems like actually most kind of dumb. So if you guys are interested, let me know, and then we can talk about it or not.
Yeah, I think where it says contemplating your next meal, easy to let your mind wander with a little one in the buggy, easy to be too focused on them while trying to dodge traffic in a busy parking lot. I think it's probably written for the young mother, right?
I'll tell you this, I always ignore my children as much as possible whenever going in or out of a store or in a store or at home or, wherever.
It's tactical.
Yeah, it's like, I'm being tactical, honey. Can you take care of the crying baby?
Like, I could change the diaper, but then am I going to be the one to blame when somebody gets raped? Because that's what I'm supposed to be here for. Prevent that shit.
I mean, it looks like mainly just good common sense stuff here.
You think so? Keep going.
Some of
Maybe
it.
Maybe I'm off topic. Here's the one that got me, I guess. Since I guess I'm gonna go ahead and oblige and go into this. They talk about like finding a parking spot at a shopping center or whatever store where you have to park. Then they talk about going into like a gas station, Quick Mart type of thing, and then they talk about this part where their strategy is as soon as you enter a gas station, make a beeline to the rear of the store. You will have a unique vantage point of all the patrons, good or bad. And I'm like, well, so now you've just told your wife to like just blindly run straight in, get as far deep into the store as you can, and then find out if there's
somebody's robbing the store at the time. Yeah,
exactly. It's like then find out once you're in there, you'll figure out who's the bad guy and where the bad guy would be standing, and who's the good guy, and I'm like, well, great. Now you're an excellent witness if you don't die.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of those places yet that had two entrances in it. It's just the one door usually.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah. Well, sometimes they have an emergency exit out back, but not always. I wonder if something that simple would make things less or more apt to get robbed. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I was just wondering if you guys thought this stuff was worthwhile. They suggest parking by the pumps so that you'll have a view of the hard corners and possible ambush points, I guess, as opposed to parking right by the front door of the store. So I guess it's possible that if you parked, near the front of the store and you walked all the way into the door, and then as you came back out, you could get raped or mugged or whatever. But I don't see why that would not happen if you're walking all the way down out to the damn pumps. I mean, why wouldn't they be hanging out by the pumps and mug you?
That's not really the best. Do they even say back into all your parking spots?
No, that's the main thing I was going to get to too. I cannot park front ways. I don't know why people do that. It's ridiculous. And every example of parking in here, they're parking like an idiot, where they just pull right in.
Pulling into a parking place?
Yeah, like lazy parking. If you don't back in, you've never had any excitement in your life before? Like, I don't understand why people can pull in forward. Like, oh, I'm done driving now. Now I'm done driving forever. I'll never need this car again in a hurry.
I mean, that's probably better than most of the tips in here.
Well, I think so too, because one, it gives you all the time in the world to figure out what's going on. You got the excuse of being able to look all around because you're backing up into a new parking spot you've never been in before. You know, you can take as long as you want, and once you get backed in, you don't have to necessarily immediately get out of your car.
Right.
So you can leave your doors locked, assess the situation, get calm and collected again, prepare to move to the next objective, which is the front door of the store you've never been in or whatever. And if somebody jumps you, like tries to rape you right there at your car, you just put your foot on the gas pedal and you're gone because you're already pointed out. Like, it makes perfect sense to that. And then their suggestion is park near shrubberies and other obstacles.
That's not good.
Predatory
Not
movement
good.
are harder to get around. So basically they're like, scratch your paint off, get close enough to the bush so that they can't get you, right? I guess is what they're saying.
I think most cases of instant rape happen near bushes anyway.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. The one time I've ever had to do anything like this, be worried of this kind of thing, was the guy was literally in the bush, like hanging out underneath, like where the stalk of the bush was, like because there was room for him to hang out there. And he just kind of rolled out as soon as he saw people coming. He'd roll back into there again. I'm like, that's crazy. Sending your life out like, oh, if you're by yourself, go to the middle of the parking lot where that island of bushes are, because there's probably not a homeless vagrant in there.
Yeah, it's like, no, you want to be out in the open where you can move around and see things. And
Well, I got a quick question if anybody knows anything.
There's a part 2 of this.
Hey, why didn't you look at this link before? How could you leave as soon as we
My computer keeps shutting, overheating and shutting off and like canceling everything I was doing.
Oh, okay.
I've cleaned out the entire fan system and everything, and I replaced the thermal paste, and it's still doing it.
Did you change it out from toothpaste to actual thermal paste?
Yeah, I bought the highest dollar one they had, and he said it was the highest temperature one they had, and it's still not staying on. So I had about 2 weeks where I had no trouble at all when I put the toothpaste and Vaseline on it, and then I redid that because it started shutting off again, and it's been shutting off ever since. It's like I haven't got it right or something.
So do you get a blue screen
no
error or
cavities.
something?
No, it just shuts off.
It just shuts off.
Just shuts off. Whole computer
Is the
shuts
fan
off.
working?
Yeah, fan's working.
Did you Google
It's a
that
bad
at all?
Power supply. Well, it's a bad power supply. If it was the OS, it would shut down. It wouldn't just stop. That's power.
Or at the very least, you'd get a blue screen, yeah.
Yeah, it's
No, it does
basically-
say back in.
Well, I know that Microsoft released
it does.
an update earlier this month, and that update was causing all kinds of people having blue screen problems. I went through it myself, and a long, tedious fix on Microsoft's site to remove the previous update. What a pain in the rear end. I had multiple blue screens starting about the 15th or so when they released that. But doesn't sound like that's your problem, Huck.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if anyone has any ideas for overheating or anything. I got it sitting on one of those panels with fans blowing underneath it.
Does it really get that hot?
So take those really large gallon Ziploc bags.
Yeah.
Get one of them and fill it with water, and then put that in the refrigerator, the freezer, except so it's flat, so it turns into a big sheet of ice, and then just set that underneath your laptop. It's good. The water will stay in the bag.
Is that what those little vents are for the water?
Yeah, exactly. They'll drain right onto there. Yeah, if you still have trouble, put another one of those on top of the keyboard, and then make a ice sandwich with the laptop.
So is it seriously getting that hot?
Yeah, it's overheating and shutting
Laptops
off.
are always wicked hot, though. I mean, so
Yeah,
that's
I know.
the thing.
Huh.
I think it's just about the end of this one. I guess it's the quad cores
It's
get
also
really hot.
summer. Wait till winter happens and see if it calms down again.
Well, it's even doing it at night when it's 60 degrees. So
Oh, it is doing it at night?
yeah, it just did it a few minutes ago when I came in here.
Yeah,
I got
it's
all
like 100.
my graphics off and all that stuff. And I don't know. I'll figure it out. I need to get a new computer is what it comes down to. Screen's broken on this one too.
Somebody slashed it with a knife.
What kind of system is it?
It's
I
a
said it was a
Toshiba satellite. It's quad core AMD. I don't know what that means.
Oh. Yeah, AMDs are really picky about their heat sinks. They're
Yeah.
those.
Do you think maybe I just got the wrong spread on my thermal paste?
No, that's not that big a deal.
Probably not.
Okay, because see, that's the only thing I could think. Because like I said, when I put the certain mixture of Vaseline and toothpaste, it was stayed for like 2 weeks. I had no shutdowns whatsoever, and then it started doing it again. I'm assuming it's because it dried out or something.
No, that stuff doesn't really dry out. It's you want the thinnest coat possible
Yeah.
for the best heat transfer.
Like the third time I've taken my computer apart today, I'm definitely not doing it again. I've resorted
Have you
to
taken- Oh wait,
go
what
ahead.
kind do you have?
Toshiba satellite.
Oh, okay, forgot. I thought we had the same one.
So I've resorted to there's this little vent on the side where the fan vents through, and it's like a piece of metal that heats up. And I've resorted to leaning a block of steel against that piece of metal because it absorbs some of the heat, keeps it from shutting off for a while.
Did you say that you use toothpaste and Vaseline in your computer to try to keep it from overheating?
Yeah, on the heatsink as a paste when I didn't have any paste.
Oh. I mean, I've used Vaseline and toothpaste to try to get my wife to overheat, but it doesn't always work for me either, buddy. I've never heard of that, but that's cool.
They do put that in here. When feasible, combat park your vehicle. That is, back into your parking space, so that when it's time to leave, you're driving straight ahead and you can do it quickly.
That's a good idea. I like that idea. But
I
it
don't
kind
like
of
that they call it combat parking, though. It's just the way people should park if they're not lazy.
park nose out so that you can get out easier. Yeah.
Well, I do it because, well, that is obviously a nice side effect or whatever, or extra thing, but I do it because when you're driving and you drive up to a parking space, you're already there looking around at what's going on. You've driven up to the parking space, so if there's a little kid running around or a dog running around, which I'm most worried about, something I can't, like a human I can see, but little kids and little dogs and stuff, you don't know when they're running around. You got more chance of seeing that because you've driven up to the parking space. You can tell if it's if you should be on alert for that kind of stuff. Then when you're backing in, again, you got all the time in the world to look all around and make sure that you didn't miss anything. And then you back into that parking space, and you're only backing up into an area that's already walled off, let's say. But then when you back up into traffic, you don't have nothing. You don't know if somebody's going 45 miles an hour and you're out of your sight and you can't see them. All the possible things that can happen in the driving, the lane of traffic or whatever you have to deal with, even in a parking lot, compared to the parking space. So to me, it's just like laws of odds. Like, it's got to be a million times safer to park backed up than it is to unpark or whatever that would be called. There's got to be way more accidents when people back out of a parking space, in other words, than compared to when you back into a parking space.
Oh, yeah, I drive a pickup with a cap on it, and so backing up out of a space is really difficult.
It's freaking
just
a
get
lottery.
used to
You just hope that people notice you're coming out, because you can't
You just go slow sometimes and just hope they'll stop and not hit you.
And with more and more people just being oblivious and on texting, especially in parking lots and stuff, and they're and more than that, their passengers aren't as aware. Back in the day, when all you could do was listen to the radio or talk to the guy next to you, as a passenger, you were basically riding shotgun. You were helping the driver at all times because your eyes and you existed unless you were sleeping. But nowadays, you can be in a conversation, listening to the radio, doing all that, but then totally oblivious to what's going on with the vehicle. So that driver's, usually 100% on their own, from my experience lately. So anyway, even if somebody's being conscientious and trying to pay attention, you could still plow into them if you're not paying attention also. So I hope everyone has learned to back into their parking spaces from now on. Plus, in Arizona, you only have to have a parking, what do they call it, a driver license plate on the back. So when you park front ways, or when you back in, you're not telling the world what your license plate says.
Oh, you don't have to have a front plate there?
Nope.
G-Web's license plate
More
says
than that,
easy
you gotta
for
pay
He stole it
extra.
from Bert.
Well, I'm worried about getting raped. Well, there is a valid thing about people that think, like, if bad guys are going to be, well, I don't want to say. Anyway, there's a reason why people like to, make it a little bit tougher for people to just casually drive by and identify every vehicle all the time.
Well, not to mention approaching your driver's side door when you're backed in with the front of your vehicle there. I don't know if it's a Suburban or a van or something. It's just, you can see a little bit more as you get into the door. You know what I'm saying? You have to walk around this big giant thing to get to your front door.
Yeah, if you're only going over the hood instead of the back.
There's just visibility's better as you approach and get in.
Well, and I mean, if you're talking about like a covered truck, yeah, like a SUV, it's more polite to the other people in the world when you back in too, because yeah, your hood's out there instead of a brick wall for everybody in the park. Looking down the parking lot, you've got your hood out there instead. But that's very low on the list for me. I don't really care about keeping the parking lot looking nice as much as just being able to get the hell out of Dodge. Plus, if everybody came pouring out of a mall, the few people that are going to get the hell out of there are the people that are parked normal and can get the hell out of there instead of just backing up and backing up and backing up into each other.
Oh yeah, Christmas time is coming.
I did see something hilarious on Facebook that had nothing to do with guns, and it was a parking lot, a little parking lot behind like some place, and it said something like, "This is what happens every day at 5." And there was the one guy parked like a normal, backed in, and like 3 or 4 people you can see come out of it is like a surveillance camera. You can see these people come out of their office building or whatever into this like parking lot that must have had like 12 parking spots, maybe 6 and 6, and they all kind of walk out to their cars, hit them all about the same time. I'll get in them, I'll start them up almost at the same time. The guy who was backed in, or the lady, whoever it was, like was gone. They're gone, right? First one out completely, and then one other guy like was aware of how to park or whatever, drive or whatever, so he backed out in normal, back out and turn, drive forward and leave kind of motion. And then this Nimrod, like backs out, parks weird, like, or turns weird, and like had no concept, and was literally there for like the rest of this 3-minute video just clowning around, and everybody else in the parking lot had their brakes on because they could not move with idiot driving all around. And I guess somebody got fed up with it and put it on the web or whatever to make fun of them because it was really bad driving. Especially when it seems like those kind of people always have a small car. Like they're afraid to drive in the first place, so they get something small, and then they don't realize that they can really do tighter turns than other people.
I got to see something real similar to that. I was at one of my customer sites, and it's a machine shop, and they employ probably 60 or 70 people. And so their whole parking lot when I get there was full of cars. I get in my truck to leave. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, and it was like right as soon as 3:30 hit, every one of these cars started moving. And I'm not kidding you, they emptied that parking lot in 2 minutes. There was not a car left in that parking lot. These people wasted no time getting out of this parking lot. It was the most amazing thing ever.
Yeah, I've kind of seen stuff like that. I've never experienced it, but yeah, but I've seen stuff like that where factories get out and everybody's just used to it and they're smart about it or whatever, I guess. They think about it and they let the first people out. They're gone, they're gone, they're gone, they're gone, they're gone. Everybody kind of waits and then everyone's out as fast as possible.
Oh,
we have
yeah.
a client that requires all their employees to back into their spots.
Really? That's awesome. They
Well,
should be
I
rewarded
didn't-
with less taxes.
I was pulled into the parking lot, and I'm like, there's just something different about this parking lot. I couldn't quite, whatever. So then,
You just felt like more like an American. You just felt better and the air was cleaner. I
I
understand.
don't know. I was kind of focused on what I was. So at any rate, I get to the door. I'll just like reminder to all employees to it's required to back into your parking spots or whatever, something like that. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. So I asked him.
They're like,
Wow.
reminder to all employees, you're supposed to back in your parking spots. Randy.
Yeah, right. So
what is it? They do some kind of dangerous work there where they got to get everybody out of Dodge in a hurry sometimes?
No.
It's probably just the employer ingraining smartness into their employees.
There you go.
Subliminally.
Yeah. So, they had said that they had had too many accidents at the end of the day of people backing out of their spots, and so that they said, all right, from now on, everyone needs to back into their spots at the beginning of the day. And the first week, they had 3 old ladies back into other people's cars because they're not used to backing. backing.
Sad.
So they replaced one accident with another type of accident. Kind of funny.
How sad is that, though, that they can back out, but they can't back into a thing? So you know those ladies are just like, okay, I'm backing up now. So
Oh,
here's
yeah.
what I do to put it into to back up my vehicle. Here's what I do: I put it in reverse and slam on the gas. Period.
We were at another client site that all the cars pointed to their home office.
Like Mecca?
Yeah, like Mecca. How weird is that? It was up in Canada.
Oh, that's too much.
Well, I'd like to institute a policy that anyone in gun channels, anytime you during gun channels, you have to park back in the normal way.
We had Volkswagens for our service vehicles. We kept 2, a Chevy truck and a Ford truck, so that we could go do the auto unions and drive to the to the auto unions to do work and not show up in our Volkswagens. That was primarily the only thing that they got used for.
Oh, I get you. So you wouldn't offend them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They would not be very happy if we showed up in a non-American vehicle. If they're no, no.
So what do you think the idea of going back to this weird article about like how to live? What part of this, like, or what do you think they came up with this theory of running in or getting into the gas station, immediately going to the farthest point in the store and then reconnoiter?
I think somebody was watching that silly movie with Jodie Foster where she became the vigilante and she got the drop on the robber because she was behind the wine bottles and crap. So they're sitting there looking at it going, just go in and walk to the back and then you can scope everyone out and shoot them in the back, type of crap.
Like if there's a crime in progress, they're not going to notice you. Like, oh, that guy's just going to the back. It's okay. Let's keep robbing.
Well, it's the same thing that happened in Taxi Driver when he was in the convenience store where he snuck up and shot the guy from behind. So I guess that's what they're watching movies and thinking, oh, just shoot the bad guy in the back. But you got to get to the back of the store first.
It turns out these red boxes, DVD rentals, are the new hot zone. It says will allow someone to come out of nowhere and take your money or worse. So or worse to me means rape. So that means I could be out there checking out a movie before you know you're getting raped right in front of the Circle K.
I thought they would force you to rent a Jim Carrey movie or something.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That would be pretty bad. Like, you have to rent cable guy. No. I just don't understand it. Upon entering a store, make a direct line to the deepest corner of the store. Turn around and take a quick view of who's in there, where they are, and what they're doing. Don't need to be obvious. Just give it a few seconds. You'll notice quickly if something's out of place. Look for the main bad guy and possibly a seated backup guy. They're cowards and often run in pairs. Make it a game and eventually it won't feel like a chore. Then shop as normal. Look for the main bad guy. So
I do something similar. I wouldn't say it's like a beeline, but I run the right because I'm normally in there to get a drink. Is what it really comes down to, or I get my drink first. So I run the closest wall, and then just move along the back, so I can see the front of the store. But I'm along the back of the. I don't like walk halfway through and then walk down an aisle to get if I think my drink's like you know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna go to the back, I go to it early and then I move along there so that I do have the store in full view and then work my way forward and leave.
I don't know. Maybe it's coming from a different mindset too. Like I don't, I just figure whenever I walk into a store like that, I own the damn store. You know what I mean? I don't go in there thinking like,
Yeah.
what could happen to me in here?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I'm here to get a damn drink and I'm gonna leave and then something happens and it'll happen. But you don't think about
You'll
what
just
could
deal
happen
with it.
necessarily. Yeah.
But you
So I
should
mean, if I
position
walk
your
into a place and there's like, a bunch of like skinhead Nazis like having a bonfire in the corner, I'm like, well, that's out of place. Maybe I won't run all the way to the back of the damn store.
But do you pay attention to like where you stand whenever you're pumping your gas and whether you could be between the hose and someone
Yeah, I'm
coming
too
around the
paranoid
pump?
for that kind of stuff, but I just figure, I don't know. If I'm not thinking about something else, that's hold on. Hold on, I'll be right back. My cat's about to shit, and I can't risk him just deciding he's gonna shit wherever he feels like it.
We have a cat shit emergency.
I'm going to drop the bomb on you.
No, get off the pile of AKs, Fluffy. Mommy AKs.
I mean, I keep my head on a swivel. I mean, I think most people do, but
I don't say it's like every time. Again, it's not like as soon as I step into a store, that's the first thing I do. But I'm usually getting a drink, and I'm gonna take full advantage of the edges of things, right?
yeah, the only place I really ever get, a heightened sense of awareness is when I'm at an outside ATM. That to me is a prime target location, right?
Well, it's totally logical and everything, but that's the part that gets you, is when the only reason you can become, I don't know what to say, lackadaisical, is when you apply awareness to certain situations only. Does that make
Right.
sense?
Gas stations, hotels, parking lots, and 24-hour like Walmart, and those are the worst. Those are the three worst. Look, most likely to happen locations for things most likely to happen.
How many people are watching this chat?
A decent amount, more than
I like,
normal.
I like to go to the Walmart late at
39.
night just to observe the weird people in the world, and also it's kind of a test of my own skills and such. It's just go to Walmart about midnight or 1 o'clock on a weeknight, just see what roams the night. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, very little of it's dangerous at a Walmart, probably.
Yeah, how much
I
harm?
wouldn't say it's dangerous, just odd looking.
Yeah, just the different stuff.
How much harm can size 20 yoga pants do?
So have you ever heard of this technique for, I don't know what to call it. I don't know if there's a word for it or how it was described to me originally, but basically to trick your mind intentionally to keep yourself on alert kind of thing. Anyway, the idea of like things, mundane things like brushing your teeth or tying your shoes, to like consciously think to tie your other shoe first today, or put one sock on and then a shoe and then a sock and then a shoe, change the routine up a little bit in little ways so that you're more conscientious of the little stuff that goes on in the world. You're dealt with those mind exercises at all? Anybody?
To some degree, but I hardly ever use them.
Well, the concept there is that that's sort of what I was going to say when my cat started acting like he's going to take a shit there. That one of the things I'll do is I'll try to think about something different every time I walk into a Circle K. Out here, it's all Circle K, so convenience store. Like you say, maybe I'm just going in there for a drink all the time. Maybe sometimes I'll go in and look at the maps for no reason or something like that. And it's just a thing to make me aware that, you just don't want to fall into too many routines in the world or in your life. And then at the same time, that breaks your whatever, like your yellow condition or whatever he would call it, or your white condition, I guess. And it turns you into a yellow because you're just doing something different. It reminds you to pay attention. So I guess like I don't walk into places like, I'm going to go invade this Quick Mart, but I do try to go in with intent. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. I mean, it is easy to be involved in what you've got going on and just pass through a place like that without even really noticing anybody in there. I mean, I've found myself do that from time to time, and I always think, hey, that was really not a good thing, right? So, a little self-awareness. as to what you're actually doing when you walk into a place like that doesn't hurt.
Have you gotten snuck up on recently?
Oh man, I have a good friend, Charles Heller. You guys have heard about him from talking to Sean from Florida Carry, right? Charles Heller is like one of the guys like him, except he did it a little bit first, or earlier. But Charles is a real good guy, and we live near each other. And one time, I am known to buy cheap tires, so I'll end up having to fill my tires all the time. And I was doing that once, and fucker drove up next to me, and he's like, "You ever heard of situational awareness?" And I wish I would have had video going, because that was awesome. I didn't quite shit myself, but I definitely didn't see him coming, and I appreciated it. And I'm relaying it today because it was so awesome. So yeah, I've been snuck up on, but that was the only time. Luckily, it was an ally.
You ever been walking through a parking lot and like car? You didn't see a car over there, like behind you or something, or
Well, I guess that can happen, sure. Maybe once.
once in high school, maybe.
No, I guess so. But I like to say, I try to be aware. It's possible to be aware of everything. So if you try a little bit, you can be aware of a lot. But yeah. Anyway, so keep on. Or
Yeah,
was
for
that
the most
literally a
part,
question?
I'm pretty good about that. I haven't been snuck up on recently. No. No instant rape here.
I'm deathly afraid of rape constantly, so I'm always looking around.
So looked at the schedule today for the range, got all set up, got our stuff together, got down there a few minutes before this. These guys shoot black powder cartridge at 600 and 1,000 yards, right? So they had the range tied up all day, and they were supposed to be done at 4 o'clock. And I know it always takes them a little bit of time, right? Anyway, they had some issue with their steel target, and ended up waiting around for an hour and a half to get to shoot today. You ever have a bad range session? That was one for me.
Oh, for sure. It's not quite as bad as like forgetting the magazines or something.
Oh, no, we were ready to go there. That's the first time I've ever had an issue like that. They have this this buffalo made out of steel, painted white with a big black spot, kind of where the hump would be, and that's the target these guys shoot at. It's about 8 feet long and 5 feet high overall, and I guess it weighs almost 500 pounds. This piece of steel they shoot at. I have it rigged up with. I haven't seen the actual rig, but it was described to me that it's a chassis that has wheels on it, and it's like a telescoping steel pole. And so they've got to hook a generator up to this thing to get it to run, up and down and whatnot. And I guess it got jammed. They couldn't get it into the down position to get it out of the way. There was a number of folks that were a little upset about that. It's all right, though.
Do they put the targets on it, or just it only blocked a few of them, or what?
Well, this is way up on the side of a hill, right? It's the longest distance. It's at the 1,000-yard spot. And for some reason, they felt as if it was important that they get that target down. Nobody was going to be shooting long range for at least a week out there, but they felt it was important to hold everybody up while they did that. So.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
I know, right? And I was told by a couple of people that I should complain, and I'm thinking, nah, or nah is the thing, right? So.
Yeah, it's pronounced or nah.
Or nah. Yeah. Most often, people go by the schedule pretty well there. I could understand that they had an issue. I was a little upset about it until I heard that it was technical problems. I was thinking they were just being lazy and didn't want to go up there in the rain. Had our first decent rain here in months. So I'm thinking it's Oregon. These guys should be used to that, right?
Yeah, seriously. Maybe it's a union thing that you don't have to do work in the rain.
No, I think it's this. I don't think there's a guy in that group that was under 55 years old.
Denim made a good. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to switch subjects.
Oh, go for it.
I was just saying, Daniel brought up something. He doesn't have the cojones to join the chat, I guess, but he put in a thing about if you make a practice or habit to look at the cashier's face, that'll help you to know if all is well or not. That makes a lot of sense. I don't really do that. I sometimes do, especially if if they're there, I guess I say hello or whatever. A lot of times they're instructed to say hello when people walk in.
Well, I can't think of the last time I walked into a convenience store while it was being robbed. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be aware, but...
You guys ever been robbed at gunpoint?
I have.
Oh, really?
Yep. 3 guys, one with a knife, one with a small pistol. It was like a .25 caliber auto. And another guy just holding his fists up. It was when I was in high school. I was walking someplace I shouldn't have been, at a time of night that I shouldn't have been, and yeah, it was one of those things. It was pretty freaky, actually. He wanted to drag me behind this bar, and I'm thinking, you ain't putting any holes in me, and I took off running.
Oh shit! Did you get robbed then, or they just?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know. They. It was my own fault. I was alone at night in the really wrong part of town.
Any of you other guys? I guess not.
This week or
ever?
I had an incident when I was a younger man. Me and a couple friends were out, and we went to this. We were all in college and drunk, and in a place we had never been before, and we had the taxi driver take us to this, I don't know, topless bar. And anyway, we were in town for a funeral, and we were all in suits, and this was a dive of a place that my friends had us taken to. So anyway, we went out on the back porch because in California you have to smoke outside, and there's this one drunk Hispanic dude who was out there, and he literally, I think his intention was to beat the crap out of me and my friend and rob us or kill us, because he took one look at us and just immediately didn't like the look of us and was asking us questions. We're like, oh, we're college, we're here for a thing. The guy I was with, though, Chuck, he was a Golden Gloves boxer in high school. So, of all the people I've known, Chuck could beat the crap out of anyone. So Chuck just stared him down, and he kept telling me to shut up and stop talking. And finally someone else came outside, but he was ready to beat the tar out of this giant 300-pound dude. My 180-pound friend was about to beat the 300-pound dude to death. And luckily somebody came out and we were able to get back in without any altercations. But it was one of the tensest moments of my entire life. And if I'd been by myself, I probably would have been dead, or at least beaten up to where I'd be in the hospital.
Yeah, being in a situation like that definitely imprints certain things on you. Like I said, being aware of what's going on around me is not usually an issue. I catch myself at times, though.
So I was manager of a place one time, a store that got robbed, and that was no fun. So that's why I asked. I guess Dana jumped in. Did you get robbed ever, Dana? Or do you want to talk about it?
Not successfully. I was able to talk my way into a point where I threw a little mental ninja at them, and then walked into a group of people.
Oh, nice. Well, that's, I guess, ask is that you think that it'd be worth people doing scenarios for like muggings and stuff, or is it a waste of time because not enough people get mugged?
In what way? I mean, you're talking about doing a live scenario with your friends or something, or what?
No, I guess I was thinking more like community college or self-defense classes that might offer something. Because I've seen like, obviously self-defense like judo or karate or whatever, and then I've seen force-on-force classes, but not too much in the middle, like sort of like those scenarios that I made in those videos that don't do anything. Just except in real life, maybe with a class so that people can learn from everybody's mistakes or anything. I don't know. And like I say, I don't know how many people get mugged, if that's a big thing or not. But I guess in our group here, half of us have. Ralph didn't say nothing about it, so.
Well, I mean, it
let's
does
just
happen.
assume he did.
It'd be interesting kind of a class to take. It had a little bit of physical self-defense as well as firearm.
Well, I like the idea of the mental judo as well. Like,
Oh yeah.
I guess the concept of I've had a gun drawn on me twice, and the second time it was for this robbery. And I guess I didn't care too bad, but then, after the fact, of course, you're like, oh, well, I could have done this or I could have done that or blah, blah, blah. So I'm just wondering if being familiar ahead of time, at least with, I don't know, whatever level of comfort you can have. The same way as like if you've never gotten a fight before, but you've been in Taekwondo your whole life, even though you might not have a Taekwondo fight with somebody in a bar, at least you've stood face to face with somebody and had to deal with them throwing fists and feet at you. You know what I mean? So
Well,
I'm just wondering if it's worth doing something like that in schools.
G-Webs, one of the things I was going to say is I think you're right, because mentally speaking, human beings have this strange thing that keeps us safe, and part of it is whenever we're attacked by another human being, submission is the natural order if we're afraid. We either want to run, fight, or submit, but more than likely, most people don't want to fight in the general populace. They want to submit if they're attacked. Whereas individuals like us who train, who carry and stuff, we're prepared to actually fight and not just submit. But that takes training to be prepared to fight in a situation.
Well, I'll tell you what. I was when that happened to me. I want to think I was either 15 or 16. And looking down, these guys all had their hands about, like just 90 degrees from their shoulders to their elbows, right? So it wasn't like the guy was sticking the gun in my face. They were trying to keep it on the down low for traffic and stuff. And looking down and seeing the gun and looking down and seeing the knife, I was actually more afraid of the knife than I was of the gun. I remember that to this day. And
do you remember what gun it was?
Like I said, it looked like a little 25, like it was a little pocket semi-auto. Probably some cheap piece of junk, and it probably wasn't even loaded, but like I said, I was more worried about the knife.
Yeah, probably them stabbing you to death is more of the concern.
I don't want to go like that.
Quiet. No, but I'm just saying, if you're thinking about two thugs, and if they want to do you harm, they're probably going to go with a more quieter way if they're smart enough to keep the gun on the down low, and knives are just nasty. I hate the idea of even getting in an altercation where a knife is an option. Ugh.
No, knives are not.
And I was completely unarmed. I mean, the only thing I could do was, once I had an opportunity, I took off running, and I don't think I've ever run that fast in my life. But they didn't chase, and that was the end of it. So.
And that's the good part about having an option other than either A, curl up on a ball, or B, pull your gun and shoot.
Did they get your money, though? I'm just curious.
Oh yeah, no, I had no choice. I mean, I was basically up against the wall, and these guys were basically all around me, and they literally went through my pockets. I mean, I didn't know what else to do. I just stood there with my hands up, and I thought about trying to, fight my way out of it, but 3-on-1, no, not with a knife involved.
Not good odds there, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, since they got your money, then that's probably why they didn't bother chasing you. That's all I was thinking.
Well, yeah, there wasn't anything left for them to take.
And doing that quick mental math, sometimes the best thing is to do what you say, what you said, Sandy.
Well, being unarmed was a big part of that. It was basically It was lay there or stand there and let them have their will on me and whatnot, or boogaloo, and I took the boogaloo.
I mean, I had two guys try to do a strong arm robbery on me, and I was not armed. I was working for the company at the time, and I was out and about in the downtown area. And
The CIA, the company?
no, not that company. But so there's no carrying anything I wasn't allowed to carry. But having options, and it was even if you receive training, you never really know how you're going to react until it happens. And I didn't know how I would react until it happens, until it did. And I did the right thing. I was actually quite surprised that I didn't just.
So you had prior training to think at least about what might happen if this situation was thrown on you.
Yes.
So did you use the training, or just because of the training you were able to adapt and do something?
Well, because of the training, I was able to very quickly go into some of the verbal skills that they had taught me in regards to talking and walking and literally trying to change, like a dancing partner, trying to change the layout between you and the attacker. And then all of a sudden you put yourself in a more positive space instead of such a detrimental space.
Awesome.
In this case, I was walking out of an alley towards a storefront, and I didn't know that they were right behind me. So, and I think somebody mentioned about knife earlier, and granted, I have not had a gun pulled on me, but I have had a knife pulled on me, and I can tell you that a knife definitely got my attention and made me a little bit moist.
I don't know. I mean, I've had, I guess you could say, knives pulled on me or whatever, but having guns pulled on you makes you shit your pants. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, I mean, well, the guy that pulled the knife on me was yelling and screaming at me. I mean, it wasn't like he just pulled it and was, hi, give me your money.
Don't you just hate when robbers aren't friendly, Dano?
Well, this guy was pissed off because of something someone else did. It just, he thought it was me.
So now when you said that you got trained and you weren't allowed to carry stuff for his company you worked for, was it the company that trained you?
No. It was when I was in college. I had gone through several years of physical defense training.
Oh, just personal stuff. Was it like for your own personal? It wasn't like part of a employment.
Correct. It was a personal that I wanted to do, because all I knew was I didn't know anything other than schoolyard fights. And the physical part it only comes after the verbal part fails. Of course,
I like that. Go ahead.
The verbal part can fail very quickly.
I like the concept of that. I don't know, for whatever reason, when you said that, it sounded like maybe your company. I thought that maybe you were saying that your company had offered you that, and I'm thinking that if I don't know, a place like McDonald's and just fast food managers and quickie oil place managers, places that get robbed like that, strong arm rob, whatever you want to call it, if they were given, I don't know, an insurance break or something for sending their people to some sort of a class. I don't know if the NRA does it or if the NRA would need to do it. Maybe just some civic organization could do the class or something. But anyway, do you think that in the long run would help reduce crime? If, in other words, bad guys started to figure out that there's some resistance when they just go walk in and do their freaking lazy-ass business?
Well, I don't know, but psychology of self-defense kind of class would be pretty cool.
I mean, isn't that the basic premise of concealed carry and its effect on deterring crime? Is that criminals may not know who is carrying and who is not?
For sure. No, I definitely
I
agree.
think that's somewhat of the point.
But I'm just saying there's really not, at least I'm not aware. I've been a manager, I guess you could say, at like a fast food restaurant, lack of a better way to describe it, a couple of times in my life, and there was never anything like I'm trying to remember if there was even like some, like boilerplate thing stuck on the wall or in like the manual of ops or something that would even say like this is what you should do in a robbery.
No, they usually
Maybe
tell
it's
you what to
something-
do afterwards, right? Lock
Yeah,
the doors.
no, that's a good point. No, there wasn't even anything like that really. Actually, I have to think back. That's a long time ago. But I'm just wondering if is it our culture of being a bunch of pussies or a bunch of like victims that we don't put that kind of stuff in there? Because again, if like every McDonald's manager was told like, here, you're going to throw all your money in the safe, and these are the, we hired a bunch of psychologists to figure out a bunch of cool ways to delay it long enough for the emergency switches to call the cops for you.
I can tell you what the training is at banking institutions if you want to know.
You guys lay over too, don't you? Don't just give them the
Oh
money?
yeah. But the thing about us is, they come in and we give them the money out of the top drawer, which isn't very much. It's just the working money we have. We keep most of it locked up in the back in the sleeves.
Yeah,
They
but
usually
that's
come
still
and
like
pass
a
a
bunch of
note.
money, isn't it?
$2,000-$3,000, not much.
Money.
Typically, not in the banking world, but you pass
Well,
them
obviously not to the banking world, but for somebody who's desperate enough to need money, that's a lot of
like
money.
somebody who's on drugs and stuff. But I mean, you pass them the $2 or $3 grand, and what you do is you also try to slip them the bundle that has the GPS tracker in it. And if you give them the GPS tracker, you get like a cash bonus for giving it to them, and then hopefully the cops track them down. So, yeah.
Is that like a
Well,
hollow?
I'd like to get
Now
my
he
hand
just
on money,
informed
or is it
every
just
bank
a
robber
beta?
watching that they put GPS trackers in the money that they give them.
No,
Is that
not
like a
all.
hollow
Some,
stack
some
of
have
money?
some have exploding die packs. Some have
That's what I want to get a hold of.
Some
Some
have
of those
pepper
exploding
spray.
die packs.
Some have pepper spray that leaks out in a red fog that comes out of it after you pass through the sensors leaving the bank. And by the way, anyone who's going to rob a bank can find out any of this by watching a movie or going on YouTube. It's not a secret as to the GPS trackers. They can watch CSI and find that out. I'm not
So is it a
letting
hollow
anything cat out of the bag here.
Is it a hollow stack of money, or is it like a fancy band?
No, they take real money that basically is like slightly damaged that was going to be taken out of circulation. They cut the inside of it out, hollow it out, put whatever they're going to put in it, of those three choices, and then you throw a couple real money bills on it. And I've messed with them, and it's hard to tell that they're not real until you
Is
try
there
to
any
actually
way to buy that?
unstrap the cash. Huh?
Is there any way to buy that? A bunch of old money that's been like cut like that, or is that a banking industry thing?
As far as
I
I know, you can only buy it if it's been shredded.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know you
anything
can only buy
about
currency.
doing that.
Like that. But that's not the only way you can buy currency. That's just the only way the Treasury sells it. I don't think there's a law or anything. I mean, if somebody wants to glue together a bunch of money and drill a hole in it,
No.
they could sell that.
Yeah, you could do that if you want to. A bunch of $1 bills.
But I'm wondering if they get them cheap or something, because they're like, I never thought about it. At first I figured they were just fake. But then, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Since they can get to whoever makes money, they can just say, give us a bunch of bad printing ones. And then they would feel a lot more like real money.
I don't know what the procedure is on how they receive them, if they have to receive them and basically cut the centers out of the bills there at the Treasury before they leave with them. They might have to do that. They probably do.
And then is it like 20s, or is it different?
It could be different things. It could be, a stack of 20s, a stack of 10s, or a stack of hundreds. But, it just depends on, the bank, when they get it, they say what they want it to be.
Oh, really?
They might want a certain stack that is a different
Oh, it's
denomination.
like up to the bank of how they hide it or whatever.
Yeah, because they may want a certain type of stack for a drawer that wouldn't be out of the ordinary, but they may want a larger type bill for inside the vault that would be more likely to be taken. I mean, they're not going to grab all the ones, the giant piles of ones we have that are in plastic bricks. They're not going to steal those, too big. So they're going to maybe they sneak it in. They're sneaky about it, because you actually have to physically take all the strapped money that you get and actually break the straps and peel it apart. You practically have to take it out of all the packaging to find out that it's not real, or that it's got a.
Well, when you're sitting working at a bank or whatever, and you get a big stack of 50s or hundreds or whatever, you just assume that banded stack of hundreds, or do you have to count them every time? I thought you had to count everything all the time.
Yeah, we have to count everything all the time. What do you mean?
Well, then whoever had that bundled would know right away that it's a bundle with stuff because they couldn't count it.
As an example, let's say you needed more physical cash at your facility. You would need a truck to stop by to bring you more physical cash. Do you break the little plastic or paper bonds on them to verify that it is what the paperwork says it is?
Well, I know you don't do that when you're talking about armored cars, but I mean when it goes into your drawer or whatever, they're not going to let somebody put back a drawer, I can't imagine, with like a stack of hundreds and assume that there's still 100. I don't know how many hundreds are in the hundreds.
Why wouldn't they verify the incoming source of the money?
Just because there's too much of it, I would think, coming off an armored car, it would take them all week to count all the money all the time. Well, I think once a bank puts it in the paper and then puts it in a bag and seals it, they count that as $1 million or whatever, and they don't keep counting it every time.
I think they're tracked on paperwork by the series of serial numbers, aren't they, Nathan? I mean, you're getting that money from the Federal Reserve when it comes into the bank. Those are all brand new bills.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, and
Really?
it's not necessarily coming from the Federal
We
Reserve.
get old bills all the time. I mean, I haven't seen a new 10.
They just come from the bigger banks, I think.
Yeah,
Right.
they rotate in and out of service and then come in. I mean, the only new bills I really ever run across are hundreds. Those go in and out of circulation a whole lot, and 20s are usually fairly in good condition. But man, the 5s and the 10s are getting really ratty. The 1s have high turnover too, to where they're always replacing them.
Dude, the 5s, they had to get rid of all the old 5s, so the 5s are all new, aren't they?
No, I haven't seen a new 5 in forever. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just my branch.
Because I found out about that the 5s, if I saw a counterfeit, I forget if it was a 100 or a 20, and then that it was made out of a 5, so I was like, oh, hot damn, I'm going to go make a video about this. So I started looking around to try to find an old 5, and I couldn't find one. It took me 3 days to find an old 5. Bugging people and asking people to look in their wallets and stuff.
Well, okay, what I meant by old is not the previous design. What I mean by old is ratty and
yeah, I meant
nasty.
it. Oh, I mean the old one.
Like
Okay,
well circulated, not fresh and new. That's what I meant, sorry.
Because you could take an old $5 bill and bleach it, and it was I forget, a 20 or a 100 now.
Yeah, you could bleach it and then reprint it. It still feels different to a person who works at a bank. You can give me a bleached bill, and I immediately will feel it and go, wait, what's this?
Wait, each of their textures are different, or because it's the old series with the new printing on it?
No, if you bleach a bill and reprint it, it doesn't feel right to a person who handles it all day. It just feels.
But I mean, you can't be like, this is a 20 and this is a 50 by feel.
No. But when I'm sitting there going, I'll hit one and I'll stop and go, what the heck is this? And I'll look at it.
So what happens? Do you take that out and then whoever stack of money that is now owes you $20 or $100 or whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean, if they come in, it's like a business making a deposit, and we catch a counterfeit in it, they're just out the money, and we send it off to the Treasury. It's kind of sucks.
It's a hot potato.
lame.
Whoever gets caught with the hot potato is out.
Well,
Which
I'm
is
pretty sure the ones I've ever seen were at businesses, and then they turned them into their bank. But they don't get refunded for it? Like,
No.
they're just out that money?
You're out.
I guess that's. I don't know. We keep them and we send them off. And we mark the business that had it happen, but I don't know if they get refunded or not.
I mean, I would assume that, yeah, you'd have to track them, because if they started seeing a whole bunch in a part of town or something, then they're going to investigate, right? But I thought they got refunded, because otherwise I would assume that would encourage people to just not pay attention and keep moving them.
It encourages retailers also to check and to pay attention.
Yeah, it encourages retailers to train
On the
their
way
people
in.
at the cash
Yeah.
registers to check the currency and to use the pins or hold them up to the light and check the details on anything over, say, a $10 bill they need to check.
Yeah, I was talking to the owner of the little convenience store right near here where I go all the time, and he had mentioned that he'd got a counterfeit bill, and I asked the same question: do you get money? Will they just trade you for it? He says no, he was out the money.
Yeah, I mean that's
What
kind
was
of the
that one,
policy.
like a 20 or 100 or what?
It was small. I think he said it was either a 5 or a 10. They don't counterfeit big stuff very often.
They counterfeit
gonna ask-
20s most commonly.
Yeah, I was going to ask
think
Nathan,
$100
you guys ever have problems with those new $100 bills sticking together?
Oh yeah, I mean you got to be super careful when counting the new hundreds because they don't slide apart very easily until they've been out in circulation for a little bit. If they've just come in from the mint, we use the machine mainly to count them, and then every time we count them customer, it's at least 3 counts before we hand it to the customer just to make sure nothing sticks. But you kind of get used to it, and you get used to how to peel them apart fast. But
Does
it's
the
still a
machine
lot
ever make
slower.
mistakes?
Not really. I mean, the machines are, the machines are pretty good. They'll kick a bill out, but they won't miscount the number of bills.
Do they tell if they're counterfeit right away?
They won't, if they're counterfeit, they won't send them through. They'll come out in the top bin, like if they're dog-eared, ripped, damaged in some way, they won't go into the normal pile. They go to the divert slot. Well, if you get a bunch in the divert slot that won't go through, you stop and look at them and feel them and make sure that they're real.
So how does a bank get counterfeit money every day, or is it like once a week, or is it like once a month, or is it like every teller has counterfeit money in her bin every day?
It depends on what part of town you're in and how much traffic you have. You're in a crappy part of town with a whole lot of traffic, you're going to see a whole lot of counterfeit. But
Really?
for instance, my branch is in a nice part of town and it's really slow, and it's kind of like, oh, hey, there's a counterfeit bill. Everyone comes over and looks at it.
How many counterfeit bills do you think you've seen then?
I don't know. I probably see one or two a month.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
I mean, it's not much in my part of town, but again,
Are any of
I
them
got a
good,
buddy
or are they all
that
pretty
used to
bad?
work in a bad part of Dallas-Fort Worth, and he had this one dude that sent in who always would come in through the drive-thru smelling like weed. He would send in a paper bag full of cash that smelled like weed. But one day he sends in the paper bag, he opens up, and it's full of weed, and he's like, what am I supposed to do with this? And then he realizes he's still got the cash and not the weed, and he's like, shit, and he just takes off. I mean, so there's good and bad parts of town that banks are in, and, the closer you are to the criminal element, the more likely you are to get something passed like that.
So what they
So
do with
do you have to transfer that to Colorado or Washington in order to exchange it to deposit into his account then?
No. I mean, not. Are you talking about the weed or the money?
Yeah, the weed.
You'd have to send that to Colorado to be deposited.
Yeah, they call the cops on him. But the money is the counterfeit money. We actually mail to the Treasury.
Yeah.
We fill out a form and mail it to the Treasury. Is what we do with it.
So have you ever seen a good one? I've seen a good one, and then I've seen a pretty bad one.
It's one of those things. I've seen ones where it's printed on there, and of course, with the inkjet printers and the ink coloring and the technology, to the naked eye it looks good, but to the physical touch it doesn't anymore because they bleach the bill and it damages the linen when they do that. So it's good enough to pass to the visual person who sees it, who doesn't handle bills that much. They'll just take it. But to someone who touches bills all the time, that's where the difference comes in. And I didn't believe it till I started handling money myself, but I got to the point where just with me, because you do it all day and you don't even think about it, just whenever you hit one of those bills, it's cloth. Bills are made out of linen. So if there's something wrong with the cloth, it doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like you say, you deal with it all the time.
I don't know. It's almost like if you were like messing around with sandpaper and you're used to always having an 80 grit piece of sandpaper, and all of a sudden you hit a 60 grit, you'd be like, wait, what was that? It doesn't feel right to the touch. But here's a story I can tell y'all. So we had this guy does owns some convenience stores. Okay.
Is that a euphemism?
No. He literally owns like 5 or 6, 7 convenience stores. So he's always coming in with these large cash deposits and getting change, right? Taking big money in and then taking some different currency out, but depositing most of it and stuff. But then he has to get change for the stores. So one day he's in there with his kid, who's like 5 at the time, 5 or 6. And he's switching out this, he's switching out that, and the person's getting help from their manager. They're super busy. It's a super busy branch. And they accidentally throw into his canvas bag a die pack. Okay? So he is walking
Like
out.
thinking it's part of the money? Like,
Yeah, they thought it was just a
fell
stack.
in there.
They thought it
Okay.
was a stack of 20s, and it was a stack of 20s technically, but it was the die pack. They grabbed the die pack instead of a regular stack of 20s, which you never do because you always put it on the machine and count it out. But they were in a hurry, so they just threw the stack of 20s into his bag. So that would never happen like at my branch because you'd get in so much trouble for not taking the 20s to the machine and running them through first before you gave them to a customer to verify they were all there. But they just threw the stack in because it was busy and the guys in a hurry, so they threw a stack of 20s in, just assuming it was all there. Well, guess what? It was the die pack. So he goes walking through the front door with his kid, and all of a sudden his bag just goes boom, and he hears this pop. And of course, at first he thinks somebody shot him, and then he realizes there's red smoke all around him, and it like gets in him, his eyes and his kid's eyes, gets on his clothes and stuff, and you cannot believe what upper management did to basically kiss this guy's rear end. And the funniest part was they had our lawyers call him, right? And he said, I understand it's really okay. You know, I understand accidents happen. He said that to the lawyers. And when you say that to a bunch of lawyers after something happens to you, they freak out because they assumed he was told to say that by his lawyers. Because no one's that cool when they have a die pack explode on them by accident. You know what I'm saying? So they were
Does
like,
this ruin like all the other money in his bag too?
oh
Like,
yeah,
that's the
it was
point of
done.
it, right?
Oh yeah,
But
all
they,
the other money
they pay
was
him
ruined.
back though, I suppose.
Yeah, we gave it all back to him. We gave him like $6,000. I think he said. But yeah, I mean, we replaced all the money because, of course, it was our screw up that damaged all the money. So I mean, but that was the least of it, you know, because he and his kid basically had the ability to sue us. So I mean, if we could just, they were bending over backwards so that he wouldn't, you know, basically go after us legally in court because, I mean, of course, we had no leg to stand on at that point. And I mean, he, you know, it was very unpleasant and fearful. You know, you call it trauma. There was a kid involved, so now you're like, oh, now my kid's all jacked up from this, you know, this explosion and this blinding him with red pepper spray gas, tear gas. It was just, I don't know. It was a mess. So, but it wasn't at my bank. He comes into my bank now, but he tells me about that story. He mentions that story frequently.
Isn't it not supposed to go off until you're out of the building? I mean, you don't want to give a robber, let him know that, and really get him pissed off that he's got bad stuff until he's left the building.
Yeah, you don't want to do that till the door's locked.
You know, that's exactly how I used to feel when we had those there. I didn't like the idea of giving it to someone just because I knew that the delay we chose to have and that the company said we should have, in my brain, I'm like you guys. I'm like, okay, they walk out the front, you know, they walk out the front door, and supposedly they have 10 seconds before this thing goes, and they say, well, in 10 seconds they're just concerned with getting out of there. And I'm like, in 10 seconds, if they have a gun, they can get pissed off and walk back in and shoot your ass. I don't want it going off for at least 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the way I think. But again, not my choice. But I was basically sitting there, I'm like saying to myself, if somebody comes in and sticks a gun in my mug and threatens me, I'm not giving them the damn die pack. Because, I mean, you know, and if they do walk out that door, you know, with the die pack, I'm going to be stationed right where I can see the front door and see the back fire exit, because if it blows and they turn around, I'm out the fire exit. Screw it. You know, I'm not going to hang around and get shot. But anyway, when they changed us over from the die packs, that's when I was really happy, because I'm like, this makes a lot more sense, because they can be tracked down. They don't know they've been GPSed for a while, and the police can catch them, you know, and they're safely away from us.
So GPS is now a noun? You've been GPSed?
Oh, I just made it a noun, yeah.
That's a pretty innovative.
You've been tagged like a bear. GPS.
Yes. No, GPS, not UPS. I suppose that's something else, getting UPSed.
But I mean, yeah, I really like it now that we have those. It was actually humorous because the other day I'm walking by and the phone's ringing, and I look at the phone and it's the 800 number from security, and I'm like, okay, let me see what they're calling about, and I pick it up and they're like, I'm like, hello, this is Nathan at blah blah blah, and they're like, are y'all being robbed right now by any chance? And I'm like, no. And they're like, can you see everyone in the bank? And I'm like, yeah, I can see everyone, and everyone's good. And they tell me what they said. Something went off, and I'm like, okay, no, we're good now. Was it in an office? Was it someone's handheld that went off? And then they're like, no, it was the teller blah blah blah's pack. And I went, oh, that new thing? And then I asked her, and she goes, oh, yeah, I pulled it out of my drawer to stamp it and mark it to make it look good. And I'm like, did they not tell you you're not supposed to pull that thing out of your drawer and mess with it? But anyway, it was no big deal.
The jar like triggered the alarm or whatever?
Yeah, basically you have X amount of time once you pull it out of your drawer before it activates itself. Whereas the old system, you had to walk out the front door and pass sensors to activate it. This one
That's
just,
pretty good.
as soon as it starts to move, if it's not secured and motionless, it activates. So it's pretty neat.
I wonder if they sell that for just stuff. Like you could put that in something expensive in your house, like a vase or something.
Yeah, I mean,
Imagine they do. I don't know how much it would cost.
But, you know,
I
if you
mean,
have
I'm sure you
something
could go
super
and look
expensive,
it up
what
on
do
the
you
internet, because I mean, all it is basically it's something that hooks into your security system that tracks things. I'm sure rich people have it in their house all the time, just on certain valuables.
Put it in your car.
Yeah.
The fancy car Dano has.
Yep.
That's Dano's weekend car here that you all see in this picture. He has other cars for during the week.
But yeah, I'm always fascinated because I work at a bank to watch bank robbery movies to see what they tell you and how realistic they are and stuff.
I would have think people would have learned to stop asking for the bank's bags by now. Bring your own bag.
On those show Cops and stuff, don't they show bank robberies, or is that not? Is that what they don't show that?
Not usually.
No, I mean they talk about bank robberies and stuff, and that there's a couple different common types of bank robberies. There's the note passer, who he goes in and just kind of passes a note because he knows what the bank's policy is to hand the money over. So if a person comes in and says, "Here, I'm a bank robber, give me all your money in your drawer," then you basically just, if he doesn't give you a bag, you basically just take the money out and give it to him.
Just a big pile of money loose, you mean?
Find it. Well, yeah, I mean, we don't have like canvas bags. I mean, we have
It's not,
some of
it's
those.
not like Publix. You don't have little bags there. You can.
Yeah, I mean, I could go get someone one of those zipper bags.
Yeah, those zipper
that
bag
look
things.
like a pencil bag. I could fill that up, but I have to walk away and then come bring it back over because people.
Oh, you don't have a stack of those? Oh.
We do, but they're in a drawer over behind us. They're never right with the teller. But but they demand money. You give it to them, right? And you try to pass them the device, whatever you have at your branch.
But I've noticed every female teller keeps her purse at her station. I always thought that was such a mistake.
No, we don't, dude. No, our manager doesn't let any of us keep anything like that out on the floor.
I think they should be naked. That way, you know they're not stealing nothing.
Oh, yeah,
Jeez.
yeah.
Down here.
That would take
It
people
works
out
for
of
the
the drive-thru
cocaine
and bring them
manufacturers.
that would bring the lobby traffic in.
Maybe.
I know the bank.
it
Most of the banks here have double doors, and like the first door, you walk into a room, and then there's a lady sitting at the front desk, and I know she has a button that can lock that second door, so you can't even get into the actual bank if she thinks you look funny. Which I don't know what training she has to determine who looks funny and who doesn't. But.
Well, see, that's another thing is depending on where you are, they may have bandit barriers, which are basically giant plexiglass wall between the people with the money and the people in the lobby.
Yeah.
So, and then the other thing they like to do is they like to put a camera low, about crotch level, so that as you walk up, there's also a screen where it shows your face and you're trying to figure out where the camera is because your face is right on that screen. But they do that as a psychological thing so that robbers know we got a camera aimed right at your face when you come in here. So I've seen those at some branches. I don't have them at mine. But I always thought that was neat, the bandit barriers and the cameras that show people their own face when they walk up. It's kind of freaky looking. It's like, But then again, any bank you walk into has at least a dozen cameras. covering all the important parts of the bank and the lobby.
I say they make it real easy. You just have to swipe your credit card to get into your specific bank.
Eh,
I mean,
yeah.
then robbers are going to have a hard time trying to fake a credit card to get in.
Yeah, but
How do
with
you
new
get
customers.
you
How do you get new customers then? Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. But, and what about the old lady who comes there all the time who still writes who still has a check and she writes
Yeah, good
cash on it? And you're like, come on, lady. Just swipe your debit card and tell me how much you need. Don't.
It was almost a double piece prize winning idea.
I bet you there's people that don't even know what that is. Taking a
Yeah.
check and writing cash on it.
Yeah. I mean, that's
they
what
still
people
do-
used to do. They wrote cash on checks, like put $100 in the thing and wrote cash instead of their own name, and they walk into the bank and hand it to them so they get $100 cash out of their own account. And it's like, I can just give you $100 cash. Why are you filling out these checks? It's just.
Or they think anything on a plastic card must be a credit card. Even their ATM cards, they think
Yeah.
it's credit cards.
Right. And,
Well, I
and
don't
then
want to put it on my credit card. It's not your credit card. It's your fucking ATM card.
here's my favorite one. Here's my very, very favorite one. I don't want an ATM card because I'm afraid if it gets stolen, they'll take all my money. That's why I write checks everywhere I go. I just want to slap them. Because writing checks, as soon as you get a check stolen, they can do everything they can do with your debit card and more, and you can't stop them at that point. I can cancel a debit card like that.
And a lot more people see your actual physical check than people that see your ATM transaction information.
Oh yeah, I mean, how many hands does that check go through that somebody could write down the information, and then I can just go and I can print checks out on my stupid computer and go start going around town buying stuff with your account. If not even online, I can just go start passing bad checks at places where I know they don't do check system checks.
Hook me up with some of them checks off of DB's account. He has so much money he won't miss it, and then I can buy a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Next day I go into work, I'm just going to go log in and do a name search for DB. Shouldn't be a problem.
Probably First National of Atlanta, something like that.
I did search my brother has a very more common first name to myself, and we both have very common last names. So I did a search just for my brother's name just because I wanted to see how many would pop up. 300 names popped up. People with the same name as my brother.
Damn.
Funny. Oh, and don't even get me started if I type in like Juan Gonzalez or Pedro Gonzalez or something, man. It's
Gomez,
page after page, yeah.
Pedro.
And what else is interesting? So yeah, there's the bandit barriers, the things. Oh, and I love watching bank robbery movies, and I love hearing bank robbery stories too. Anytime I'm like on Yahoo and it says something about bank robbery, I always have to click on it and read the story to see how the bad guys did it, because usually it's really something stupid or weird that's involved, which is why it's a story. But like, there's this one where this guy calls and goes, "I'm going to be in your drive-thru in half an hour, and I have a bomb, so you need to have all the money ready to give me when I get there." So all the people in the bank are like, "He's coming in half an hour? Okay." They walk across the street to the fast food place to evacuate, lock the bank doors, and call the cops. And the guy drives up, and the cops are there, and he's banging on the window, trying to figure out where everyone is inside the bank.
Let me in.
Yeah. And then what's another one? There was a guy who he robbed an armored car, right? Robbed the armored car, got all the money, ran over. There was a river that ran right behind the bank, jumped in an inner tube and went down the river. Inner tube bandit. I don't know if they ever caught him or not, but that's a great getaway.
We had a couple
Inner
of
tube.
bank robberies here in Sandy last year, and they got away on bicycles both times. Kind of strange, huh?
It is interesting because what you have to do is you have to figure out, how am I going to get away, and if the cops were to get on my tail, how could I evade them? And you have to know what the cops' capabilities are. First thing is, you don't want to be anywhere where they got a helicopter they can call immediately. That's stupid. As soon as they get a helicopter on you, you're done. So you want to hit a place that doesn't have helicopters. That's a city that doesn't have helicopter that they own. And then I guess the next thing you have to figure out is, do you want to try to outrun the cops in their cop cars? Are you going to have the skills to do that? Are you going to have the vehicle to do that? Or would you have a different way to do it, like like you're on a motorcycle and you have a partner that has a panel van you drive up into the back of, so you vanish.
Oh, that's kind of James Bond-like, isn't it?
Well, I saw that there was a show called The Place Beyond the Pines. Please don't watch it. It's a terrible movie. But that's what they did, is he had a partner, and of course when he fell out with his partner and he just tried to get away on a motorcycle on his own, of course that's when he couldn't get away. So, and then then there's I mean, I don't know. There's just lots of things, and and I've seen cops where people have 4-wheel drives, so they just go off road in place where the cops can't follow them. Of course, then they have to bring in the SUVs the cops drive. So I mean, I guess too many departments really do have SUV access. So it's really hard to lose them with 4-wheel drive.
Well, how many videos have you seen of cop chases where the cop's in a standard cruiser and the guy goes off road and the cop just says, "Hell with it, I'm going to go too"? I mean,
well, I mean, you have to know where you have to have
Yeah.
a plan. That's the problem. Is most of these guys don't have an exit route, a contingency exit route or plan where they can lose people. And by the time you got the cops on you for about 10 minutes, you're going to start having more cops get in front of you with radios, and then helicopters are going to get involved. So you got to lose them fast if you're going to lose
Did
them.
you say you know the ratio of people that rob banks to the ratio that get caught?
I don't really know the ratio, but it's extremely high, and here's the reason why. When you walk into a bank, they have so many cameras. So all these idiots that are note passers and walking in without full face masks on, they're morons to begin with, because
What if they did like an elaborate makeup and like face putty and stuff?
or like dressed like a transvestite, like a woman.
Or
Well,
put a
then that's-
burqa on.
A
We're gonna
burqa.
ask, did you hear? A burqa would actually be pretty smart, since it's PC not to say anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
yeah, again, a lot of people though that walk in who are note passers have a baseball cap and sunglasses on. That's their big disguise.
Yeah.
Of course, they almost always get caught because they're idiots, because all the cameras get them. Do you know
Do they
who?
look and see who does this? I mean, is this these people? I doubt that if they know they're going to get that kind of money, I'm guessing it's gambling and people that are like behind on bills or something. I don't think it's drug dealers, or not dealers, but drug addicts that are.
Oh no,
done.
no, it's your meth heads. A lot of
really?
it is your meth heads.
Oh, I figured it was like
They're
gambling.
desperate. No, it's meth heads desperate for a fix, and they're just stupid and high, and that's what they do. They're like, oh, I know where I go get money from the bank and stuff, and
So you
Yeah, I
guys
mean-
could make it could be just a win-win if you just keep a bunch of little bags of meth there.
well,
Like, how about I just give you this meth
Yeah, instead of toasters.
yeah, being like,
you
you
feed
can have the
you
money
could-
in my
One
drawer,
meth
or you
head.
can have this bag of blue crystals.
you could staple like a business card to the local shelter on there.
Come on, you know,
Parts of the
man.
community.
You feed a meth head once, he's coming back every morning.
That's
He'd
true.
be there every day, man. Like, I'm
Yeah,
here for my
they'd
blue
all be there.
crystals. But I mean,
I'm here to rob the bank. Okay, I'll take this. Okay, see ya. I'll be back tomorrow to rob the bank.
my old boss, he came to us, but he came from Amarillo, Texas, which is where he was originally a banking center manager, and he literally called
What
he
bank
called
number was that?
what?
What bank number was it?
I don't know, but anyway, we're at my branch, and he ends up talking to his old friend back there, took his bank over, and she had subsequently got robbed like 2 times since he left. And the second time this guy came in who was like a drug addict, and they knew he was a drug addict, but like his dad had died, and like he'd just been cleaning out the inheritance, like $100,000, cleaned it out in like 2-3 months. So he comes in and he's broke, and he says to him, he goes, I need to talk to you. He goes, there's a guy outside. He's my drug dealer, and if I don't come out there with like $10,000, he's going to come in here and kill everybody. And so, of course, they call the cops, right? And the cops bust this guy. And so my boss shows me a picture of this guy, his mugshot, right? This guy has clown tattoos on his face. I mean, he looked evil. I mean, he had these jacked up. It was like clown makeup, but it was tattoos on his face, like evil clown. And it just, you took a look at him and, you know, and basically he was, you know, they busted him outside that bank, you know, armed to the teeth, and, you know, it was jacked up. But that, she's like that manager's still there. She was like, I think I'm going to have to quit. I can't deal with this. But
I'm sick of
yeah,
people that have
I didn't realize they had
tattoos
such
on
a
their face getting
meth
persecuted.
problem in Amarillo, but obviously they do because there's no like jobs, so there's a lot of problems out there. But I was like, wow. But yeah, you hear some interesting stories. I live in a very boring branch. Nothing happens. Knock on wood.
That's the kind of branch you want to work in.
There was another branch though that on Halloween they got robbed by a woman dressed up like Spider-Man.
There you go.
Came in, jumped over the counter, robbed them, took off. Halloween's a big day to watch out for that.
Did she get caught, or did her spidey senses help her out?
I don't know. You gotta understand. Do y'all know who goes after you rob a bank?
Oh yeah, the feds.
The feds. The FBI has a bank robbery unit. Every bank robbery is investigated by the feds, and so they don't fool around. I mean, they have a very high percentage of finding and catching the people who do it. I mean, you know, and the vast majority of people. Here's the thing: is if I want to go rob a place, I can go and rob a bank, get, you know, a couple grand, and then I have there's cameras all over it, and then I have the FBI looking for me. If they catch me, I get 25 years in federal prison with no chance of early parole.
I thought you were going to call it federal ass-reaming prison.
Well, yeah, pound me in the ass, federal prison, 25 years.
That's one.
Yeah, and that's per count for each bank I rob armed. So flip that around. If I figure out a place that has a whole lot of money, you know, let's say, I don't know, a cattle auction, or I don't know, some place where a lot of money is taken in, you know, like in the town where they robbed the ballpark or something. If I can find a place like that, and I can go in and rob them successfully, and I get busted, guess what? It's not federal. It's state. And then it's armed robbery, and it's not 25 years at the state level. And then I get out early for good behavior. So anyone who's halfway smart doesn't hit a bank. They find a different target with less penalty and better money.
Here's what I think.
Isn't it also true of armored cars?
The armored cars, I don't know if they're FDIC insured or not, so I'm not sure if it's the feds get involved with armored
but I'm not.
I don't know, but armored cars
that they're linked
have
to
a lot more guns than banks even.
Well,
Yeah,
see, yeah, that's the thing about an armored car is if an armored car is following protocol, there's only one person that exits it. The driver keeps all the doors locked. You know, he's in control of opening and shutting it. They look out and check around. So the problem with an armored car is, yeah, you might be able to get the guy with the gun on the outside of it, but the guy in the armored car with the gun, he can shoot out through the shootout hole. So it's...
And they're not police, so they can do whatever they want, basically, because they got a
Well,
bunch of
yeah.
money to pay for their mistakes.
Right, and I mean, you know, armored car robberies are hit somewhat, but again, it's a hard target. You know what I'm saying?
But look at how much does a Walmart, though? Like, an armored car pulls up to a Walmart, that's got to be like $1 million probably.
If you can get a crew together and successfully hit an armored car, your payoff is.
I'm not even saying the whole car, though. I mean, just that bag of money coming out of a big box store is probably like a Best Buy or something. That's got to be a ton of money. I mean, that's why they need armored cars. Because it's not more than a person could just take to the bank. But anyway, I'm just guessing.
Well, no, but the armored car, you know, might just be for corporate security. It might not be because they take in an enormous amount of cash. It might just be because they don't want the possibility
of an injured employee. I would pick a Walmart over a Best Buy anyway. I think most people probably pay with credit cards at Best Buys.
That's a good point.
You want to pick a place where people who don't buy high dollar merchandise with credit cards are. You want to pick a place where there's a ton of people like a Walmart where they're paying cash.
But Walmart's doing a lot of food cards too, food stamp, where there is no cash.
Yeah, but I mean, there's such volume in there; they're taking in tons of cash.
And they don't take food stamps for like a lamp or a dish rag or that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Well, they do in Oregon.
Pair of shoes or whatever. So here's how you rob bank. I figured it out. So first you get a job as a courier, like an interstate courier with like, I don't know, kidneys or something. So you get a reason to fly around and fly back and forth from different parts of the country. Then, so let's say, you're a courier and you go to some city like whatever the city is, New York. And then the first time you go there, you stake out the bank. And then the second time you go there, you rob the bank. But here's what you do. You just get out of the airplane, you drop off your kidneys or whatever, and then you go rob the bank real quick that you already staked out, and then you just go right to the airport. And then, just wear like a Nixon mask or something so that the cameras can't get you. You're done. I just figured it out.
I think I saw that in a movie.
I think it's like the
Oh,
first
really? Dang it.
first 5 minutes they're out of the bank is usually when they start hearing the ring.
Yeah, it's
No, come on. They don't go that fast. There's no way they can send police within 15 minutes, I bet you. Anyway, if you had a getaway car waiting or a taxi or something waiting down the street, you could be at the airport before they figured out what was going
I
on.
mean, after locking the front doors, I think if I remember correctly, calling the special number, which is the Fed number, is number 2 on the list.
Oh, you're saying if they got the airlock in the front?
You call the local police. The Fed just show up an hour or two later, but you call the local police to immediately try to find the villains.
But
the feds aren't
airlocks
where they can get there fast because the feds come from a field office.
Yeah, they're just there to investigate and follow up. They'll never catch you because you're already back in another state. So if you're talking about that airlock thing, you just bring a wedge with you, a doorstop, and when you open the inside one, you shove the wedge in there, and then
They're not
that.
gonna lock you in the bank. They want you to leave.
They don't use that airlock to keep people in. They just use that to intimidate. You're saying?
They do not want a hostage situation. That's the last thing they want is a hostage situation.
No, we're talking about the airlock where you got a set of doors and then a second set of doors. I thought that was so that they could, when the bad guy gets in there, they just lock them all, and then he's just stuck in there until the police come.
No.
Sally Port.
No.
This is the Bank Robbery 101 live chat. I stumbled in here.
Hey, we're talking theoretically. If somebody wants to take us up on this, then that's their problem. But we do get a cut of it, right?
Hey, I am being very careful not to give out the really good information on how to do this sort of stuff. Because, I mean, again, I'm working there. I've read about a lot of different people who rob banks in different ways. And I'm telling you about the stupid people, not the smart ones.
Here's one for you, Nathan. Do you ever hear any stories about somebody with inside info like you actually getting away with it?
No, I hear the stories about the people who don't get away with it more than anything else.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, but it's ridiculous. I mean, like there was a manager, an assistant manager, a guy and a gal, who had been basically embezzling, taking the money out of the vault, right? And we periodically have audits, but like they would never both go on vacation at the same time or anything, so they could cover each other and make sure they're always auditing themselves. I don't know how they would get the funds back in there during the surprise audit. They had some way of doing that, but eventually it caught up with them. Eventually there was a surprise audit, came in and found, okay, $100,000 is missing or something like that. So I don't know how they kept this under wraps for so long, but and then of course, how do you? It doesn't make any sense. How did you expect no one to ever catch on that you're doing this, that you took it? It's like kleptos. They just, I don't know how they dissuaded themselves from thinking that nobody would ever count the money and find out besides them. I mean, because of all the procedures we have. It amazed me that they got away with it for like a year or something before they figured it out, though. But it just blew me away. And then there was another lady who she would go out and say, oh, I got Mr. Old Person in my office. I need a cashier's check made out to this. And they would make it out, and there was no one in her office. It wasn't the person she said was in the office. So she, robbed these elderly. She basically figured out who was elderly and who didn't know what was going on and who had a lot of money. and she was robbing them. And they eventually caught her after, like, she did that for 2 or 3 years before some family member finally figured out, my dad's not pulling out all this money. What is going on? And finally they caught on and busted her, and of course she went to prison.
So they went
It's like,
two
how do you-
banks to get robbed.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it just amazed me.
That's funny.
How do you rob someplace and still work there for a year or two while you're robbing it and think that you're not eventually going to get caught? It's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It's just idiotic.
I think it's one of those like gamblers. They don't do it because it's logical to keep losing money. They're digging it. So she's probably like the thrill of juggling it all or whatever, or like the masterminding it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's definitely got to be something to do with some type of psychological disorder because, it's like a klepto. It just doesn't make sense why they have to steal all the time, but they do. It just that's the only thing I could think that even begins to make any logical sense.
Kind of thrill of the chase kind of thing.
Speaking about the thrill of the chase, what's the best getaway vehicle in y'all's opinion?
Motorcycle, I would say.
Motorcycle, like with an enduro motorcycle, so you can go anywhere, and then immediately ditch it into like the back of a pickup or a bread truck or whatever.
That's what we've learned so far, yeah.
Or just go straight to the airport with it, because we're going to bank robbery.
I'm liking four-wheel drive.
You only carry a backpack full of money if you're on a bike.
Yeah, backpack full of money, but you're only talking about the drawer. We're talking about going in with a Nixon mask and writing a note, so we're just going to put it in the drawer. We're not talking about like breaking into the vault. It's all about doing a little bit of often, not all at once. Not one big score, man.
With the vinyl wrap that you tear off in a parking lot, a parking garage.
Well, what if you Cerakoted it real quick, drove it into like a heat lamp garage bay, and then really quick Cerakoted it?
Hey, wait, who here's seen Johnny Dangerously, where they are peeling the wallpaper off the cars? They're trying to get away while listening to the radio band. And then there's ducks.
It's like, it's a light blue. It's white with little baby chicks on it.
It's an 88 Magnum. They made it for him special. I love that movie. I was kind of thinking, like if I was going to have a car, I'd kind of like want to be like one of the, what's that bald guy's name? John Statham. What does he do? The Transporter. Like a sweet Transporter type car,
with
full
like
door,
over or whatever they call it, a rotating license plate.
Yeah, maybe that. Maybe
so easy to make. I don't know why people don't make them.
You want like a Toyota Corolla. You want something that blends in.
Yeah, you want something that blends in, but you want something that has really
then
good
like a
speed
Ford
and
truck or
handling,
something.
but doesn't. You
Like
want
a
a
mid-'80s K car. Nobody would ever think you were going to rob a bank in that.
Not a
Well,
police car. Nobody want that.
You want a sleeper car that basically has high performance, but doesn't look out of place in the normal.
A Ford Fairmont.
Yeah.
Taxi.
That's a Fox body car. You could put Mustang internals in it.
I can carry as much as a truck in it, and it's a
Anything
cop car
Grandma?
painted yellow.
And then definitely run flats would be the must for the tires, just in case. You don't want to, because you definitely don't want to get where they're going to throw a spike strip down, but you at least like to be able to. I doubt you run flats can even survive a spike strip, but I don't know.
I'm sure they
Well,
can.
Yeah, they probably could, but they're only good for like 50 miles after that. So.
You go with the car, not the AK.
Well, and I think those are only good while you're still moving, right? I mean, the idea is that you don't get a blowout and end up wrecking.
Yeah, I mean, if
It's
you
not
get
like
an
you're gonna
armored
just-
vehicle, you could do that too and not have to worry about it.
Of course, you would also need an incendiary to, when you exited the vehicle, to have a barbecue per se to get rid of.
Just see if
left
James
behinds.
Bond is free on Monday and you can go rob a bank with him and use his car.
Well, I mean, like if you're thinking Spy Hunter, where you have oil slick and smoke screen, even that's not necessary. If you're being chased by cops and want them to back off you, and you got a sunroof, dude, roofing nails out the top.
Just roofing nails by themselves on the road, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, if the cops are chasing you and you're driving and you want them to either back off or get away from you, you just sew the roofing nails out the top and flip
What if
it
you
on the
spilled
car
like
too.
55-gallon barrel of ball bearings, like 1-inch ball bearings? Would that stop a car, or would that just drive plow through that?
Probably not.
Could you imagine throwing
I
a
don't know.
1-inch ball bearings out of a moving car? Those
Well,
things would
dumping
be
them out of the
bouncing.
back of a van is what I was thinking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, they'd bounce all over the place. It'd be pretty impressive.
Oh, you think so?
I think
I
so.
mean,
That'd
1-inch
be
ball
awesome.
bearings, they hit the ground pretty hard, I think. I mean, I don't know how much they bounce, is what I'm saying.
What about a box of Super Balls?
That the car would not have any problem going through, though.
Yeah, those would just bounce off. You want something to lose traction so they'd spin out.
I'm going with the roofing nails. Probably be the best bet.
They make
Okay,
some
you know
type
those
of like
little-
tire popping things you can buy, but they're expensive.
Like those little barb things, or whatever.
Yeah, those little bent things that no matter where they land, they always have a spike sticking straight up.
If those ball bearings started bouncing off the windshield, I would think that would definitely create a change in direction of the following cars.
Well, for sure, but I don't think.
You know what works really well? Well, not well. What is really big fun if somebody starts road raging you and getting too close? You just grab a handful of change and chunk it at the hood of their car. It sounds horrible.
That would be super effective, actually.
Just
I've
drop
got
it
friends
out the
who've done
driver's
it.
side window.
And, my
Man.
friends are ex-Marines, and that ex-Marine, I know he's done it to people. He does not have anger control management.
I was going to say that'd be cause for
All right,
get arrested.
we've got people. Well, no, not if you're defending yourself, are you?
Well, I guess it sounded in Nathan's in Nathan's scenario as if this guy was the aggressor.
No. Someone's being an aggressor towards him because something happened in
That's how he
traffic.
reacts.
He wants them to back off, stop tailgating and back off and honking their horn because they're being jerks to him. Just take a handful of change and throw it right behind you.
I envision throwing it like out your passenger door at somebody who's being aggressive on the side of you. Yeah, back of you would be even worse. That would be pretty bad to have like a handful of pennies come into your windshield and hood.
In my lifetime, what I've done twice
When coins hit a hood, it
tailgaters is I just
Yeah, it'd be
begin
loud
my
and
car,
scary.
the big slowdown. I go slower, and then slower, and then slower, until it drives them insane, and they eventually pass me.
Did I ever tell you the story about when we were going to the airsoft meet and we almost shot some kid in a Hummer?
Ralph, you're sick.
That might get them off of you too.
55-gallon drum of them.
If they're used,
Oh, jeez.
but it's got to say used on the barrel.
Oh, well, hold on. Now, instead of the ball bearings, though, just if you wanted someone behind you to lose traction, if you just dumped a whole lot of like BBs, just a ton of BBs, that would car
You
behind
think
you
like a
going fast
55-gallon drum of BBs would like create
all
like
over
a,
the road?
like a surface? It would lose the surface tension or whatever.
It'd be like ice. Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
like hitting ice.
Wonder how heavy a 55-gallon drum full of BBs would be.
Well, I mean, you could just do,
It's about the same as a 55-gallon drum of ball bearings. It's about the same.
Yeah.
you could also do airsoft BBs. They're plastic and much lighter than regular BBs.
Well, those I think would definitely bounce a little bit.
They
That'd
would
be
bounce a
interesting.
bit.
They would
Yeah,
bounce a
I've
little
seen
too
them
much.
bounce off the road. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. The BBs, so they would, or the ball bearings, so they would just drop and sit there. Because going 55 miles an hour or whatever, yeah, they would have a tendency to want to roll. BBs though are pretty dense. I don't know. That'd be an interesting thing for MythBusters. They have the resources to do something like that.
Well, you can go out and test it yourself. You just get all those BBs. You go find a cop to drive by way too fast, or you drive up beside him and go, "Hey, pigs," and then drive off really fast. And then you test it out. And by the way, that is a joke. Nobody watching this, go try that.
That wasn't right.
The owner of Gun Channels does not condone any of these actions. This is purely
The owner
for
of gun channels
purposes.
does not condone the harassment of police to get them to chase you.
But Nathan's Armory, on the other hand,
Nathan does endorse the idea
and thinks
of
it's a good
enticing the
idea.
police.
I think I am going to try the change thing. Just test it out at night or something when there's no cars behind you. Just dumping out a handful of change out your driver's side window. I bet they
All right,
just
we
go
got-
all over.
We got people in Illinois. What? Tennessee. What are you at? You're in Georgia. No, you're in Texas. What am I saying? And then Ohio. Trying to see where everybody's at. You're in Florida. I don't know where you guys are from, but how many of you guys are in states where you have to keep money in your car because of toll roads?
They do toll by plate in Florida, so I don't have to do that anymore.
They're talking about, I don't know what they're going to do. They've been talking about in setting up tolls on the bridges between Washington and Oregon for a while now, depending on whether they're going to build this bridge or not. So it's hard to say what they're going to do, but we may have to.
In Illinois, we switched over to an electronic pass system, but they still have cash systems for people coming in from out of state.
Yeah, I
Yeah, we
almost
got-
forgot about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, our toll roads are all, they take pictures of your license plate and send you a bill, and it's really expensive.
Yeah, it's
But
like
you can get
$3.
the tag, and it's much cheaper.
You got toll roads in Texas?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, North Texas Tollway Authority.
How
Yeah,
much-
they're
how much
building new
is
ones
the
now.
toll?
They make so
Oh, I
much
don't know.
darn money off them. They love them.
Is
I've
that
never
How much
been
is
to
it
Texas
toll?
a bunch of
Because over
times.
here
I
in
never
Florida,
had a
it's
toll.
like $3.
I mean,
those-
Easy fast in Ohio, guys.
Are those convenience routes then, or I mean,
pretty much. Yeah, so you're not
So
stuck
if
in
you-
traffic.
right?
They're always
Okay.
jacking with highways around here, always tearing things apart. So,
we don't-
there's times if it's busy, I'm like, screw it, I'm going to pay $5 to take the tollway, man.
Just to get
I'm not
home
spending
quicker,
2 hours
yeah.
in traffic. I mean, I don't do it for work. It's just a random thing, but I know people who do it all the time. But it's nice. It's like the Autobahn when you get on the toll road. Everything's so
Oh,
damn cheap.
well,
You
I've
get what you
lived
pay
where
for,
toll
right?
roads are, but we don't have them out here. So I've lived 20 years without them, and it was experience going back and experiencing them again. But I never thought about it. But back when I was a kid and living with them, they weren't less crowded. They were still crowded. In fact, they sucked because you had to go through those stupid toll booths every once in a while, depending on how you were getting on and off of them or whatever, and they were even worse. But so when you guys have these cards now, these electronic cards or whatever, that means the government just sends you a different bill, another bill every year for like toll roads?
The tag that we have, you hook it onto your windshield, and as you drive under, it's got an electronic sensor that pings the tag so they know you went through. And then once a month, they just take it off your credit card. But it's much cheaper than if they take pictures of your license plate and then mail it to the address on file.
That's the same in Ohio.
In Illinois, you have to keep a minimum of $40 in an account, and they just automatically debit that account every
Oh,
time.
man.
You're
and
kidding.
then, like, if you empty the account and then you drive around, then they probably fine you or whatever, or charge you more.
When you set up the account initially, you have to set it up for an automatic replenishment from whatever account you want. Well, if you for some reason close that account or turn off that card, and they go to auto replenish and it won't auto replenish, then you're just a tollway violator, and you're
Wait, threaten you with
Screwed
the
at that point.
suspension of your license or something?
Yeah, I mean, you can stop and pay the toll, and that would be fine. But if you just go through the automatic lanes and don't have it set up, I forget if it's a $500 plus fine.
Wow.
Yeah, there are some people here who've racked up like almost 80,000 in tollway violations. It's hilarious.
Did you hear about
They're such bags of crap, though. They'll never pay any
There
of
was
it.
some cab driver in New York. They finally caught this guy, and he had figured out a way to skate out of the automatic toll going over the bridges to Manhattan and back. He had like 80 or 90,000 or something too. I remember reading that in the paper.
The one that gets me is we have red light cameras where basically if you run a red light, you're caught on camera. So then they send a bill to your house, right, with a picture of you running the red light that you have to pay.
If it
Well-
was you in your car.
Well, hold on. Yeah, you can dispute it, But if it was your car and you can't, prove that you weren't the driver or whatever, there's a process to dispute it. But let's say that, they busted you fair and square, it's you and all that. So you pay them. Well, guess what? If you don't pay them, do you want to know what happens? They didn't stop you, so they can't issue a bench warrant because you weren't ID'd as the violator. Only your vehicle's known for sure. So what they do is, as an owner of the vehicle, they send it in against your credit when you do it. So basically they ruin your credit. Well, guess what? Guess who doesn't care if their credit's ruined?
People who don't have credit.
People who don't have credit. People who people who are already bags of crap. So
Yeah.
the only people that actually ever pay the red light camera things are the honest people who want to keep their credit scores good. It's such a shitty thing.
I'm surprised they don't get into the that they at some point they don't have your license plate stickers no longer renewable. So your plate's no
I think
good.
in some states they just your registration is your plate, and they come and take the plates from you. I think.
Right.
Every state's got different rules for this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But here, if the red light camera sends you a thing in the mail, you best to just ignore it. They say because it's not any kind of sanction or agency at all. It's just like them asking you to come in and admit guilt. So if you don't, then they don't pursue it, and there's nothing to it. So you just ignore them here.
So
Wow.
in Arizona, they don't even report it to your credit like they do on us.
No, because as I was listening to it, that's the first time I've heard that. But I will ask the people when they talk about it. Every once in a while it comes up here. There are a couple of them here, but they removed most of them because they proved that. I think they just fought. They said, look, these things aren't there for safety. They're there for revenue. So just, admit it and get rid of them. And they did.
Yeah, I got caught by one making a right turn before stopping completely. At least that's what they say. And it was like, I don't know, it was $300 some odd ticket, and it's an actual ticket from the state.
Wow, for not stopping completely?
Yeah,
To turn
I know,
right?
And the traffic was clear.
To turn right?
To turn right.
Yeah, I'm almost positive. I think I got in trouble one time. I had to go to a parking, what do they call it, driving school?
I had to go to
'cause I
traffic school, yeah.
But I mean, because I can't remember the first time I ever went to, that would have been in high school. But I do remember being in some class one time, and the guy was basically, I could have sworn he said something to the effect of, if you're turning right, you're not really legally required to stop. It says that you have to slow down enough to make sure you're safe, but you don't have to even stop when you're turning right or something.
No, not in Tigard. Anyway, there was this huge fine, and they could, it's basically a citation from the state. And
But $300, damn.
oh, I know, it was a ridiculous amount, and so I had the option because I didn't have anything on my record of going through and doing the traffic school, just paying for that and not paying the whole fine. So I did it. It's crazy. It was online though, so.
So when you get hit by the traffic cameras like that, are you supposed to show your CCW?
You just hold it out the window as you go by, right?
Exactly. You're obligated in some states to inform, so I guess you have to quickly hold up your CCW. Holding up the gun itself would be brandishing the camera. So you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. You might as well take out the camera while you have it out. Anyway. Well, I've counted up all the brass that I put through that 44 since I got it, and it's just short of 200 rounds. Pretty cool. And on that note, well, I didn't mean to kill the conversation, you guys. Sorry about that.
All right. So what do you guys think about Bill Gates throwing money down? And not so much the fact that he's doing it, but why do you think he's doing it? Is there any other reason, or is there?
What's he throwing money at?
His wife.
He threw. Yeah, I've heard different stories. It's either 1 million, 6 million, or some other amount at making the background checks more efficient or better or something effective.
For Washington
Part of the
State.
Gates Foundation.
I think for the country.
or
Oh,
is
really?
this?
Who was it in the chat that suggested that? Somebody in the chat suggested it might be like somebody's affiliated with is doing it and putting him out there as the main guy. I've only seen 2 poorly written things about it, so I don't really know much about it myself.
So I can tell you this: Bill Gates and his wife, now that he's retired, supposedly, the last time I saw an interview with them, they were talking about their 2 main points of philanthropy. That was giving large amounts of money to educational facilities in America to increase education and make it more available, like to basically build techie nerd people, basically. They were trying to improve education across America. The other thing they were doing is getting vaccinations to people in Africa. So vaccinations and education was their focus of their charity organization they had built. But this is the first I've heard of anything about improving background checks, but maybe that's under the same umbrella of making the world a better place, which is their intention.
Well, this is in the last few days, and it's on Facebook at least. The articles, the picture that you see is Bill Gates in front of a bunch of bullets or something, and it's a recent specific thing for the for firearms this time. Like I said, I don't know if it's his whole whatever his nonprofit group is or whatever, but
I know.
obviously they're citing him.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Yeah, I know that they have this this deal. I think it's going to make the ballot to improve background checks in the state of Washington, and of course, he lives in Washington, state of Washington. So who knows?
But separate from their foundation,
Okay.
he still gives independently.
I'm looking at it, and Bill Gates just gave basically $1 million to. He just donated. He made $1 million donation to one of these anti-firearms groups. So I don't know if it's Bloomberg's group or whose group it is. He basically just wrote a check for $1 million to one of these groups.
But it was not his foundation. It was just simply him
Yeah.
independent of the foundation. Yeah.
He
the
cut
foundation-
a donation, and the only reason it's news because all the other rich people that cut $1 million checks aren't known. He's famous, so they mention him.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to get traction to let all the other rich people know they should give away their money for it. I didn't like him anyway. I use his software all the time. It's a piece of crap. But you know what? If he wants to give $1 million away to a campaign for something, that's his right. The thing is, he's a private citizen. He's not a politician. He's not someone who I would even consider to be really that important. He's just famous because he's super rich and made Microsoft. I mean, big whoop. I have more problems with these actors coming out talking bad about it. At least he doesn't interview much.
Well, he could send me $1 million to keep the guns out of all you evil people's hands.
Well, it'll be kind of it'll I don't know. It'll probably end up a lot like Bloomberg and his 50 million or that he's given away, and it's going to end up being pretty much a waste of money for him. I don't see anything radically changing because of Bill Gates' $1 million investment. Although, looking at the polling for that bill in Washington, it's got like 74% approval rating.
Well, I just got back from being away, but so if you guys cover this already, but my concerns are that he's a computer guy and he might be thinking, well, there's a way to make this more efficient. Let's computerize this whole thing. Why don't we just have this big list of who's good and who's bad in the country, and then that way we'll make sure the guns never go to bad people. Who could be against that?
Oh, yeah,
I mean, I guess he could do that, but again, I don't think he. Bill Gates writing a check for $1 million to donate to a charity he supports is a joke. It's nothing. The man's net worth is $76 billion.
Yeah, it's pocket change for him.
That would be like me dropping a $5 bill in the plate when it was passed at church. it's insignificant. So they're making a story out of this. He really doesn't care about this, or he would have given a lot more than $1 million.
Their foundation, they started.
That's a good perspective on it.
Was several $billion dollars.
Yeah, their foundation that they do to vaccinate and to increase education. Yeah, it's in the billions.
Yeah, it's bigger. It's a lot bigger than Clinton's.
Oh yeah.
This is just a tip in the jar.
So is this
this
a
is-
red herring then? Is it nothing?
I don't think
Like
I don't
a
think
non-story?
If Bill had a boner for it, he would give a lot more than $1 million to it. I think he just wrote a check because some friend asked him to donate something. I don't know.
I mean,
Well, I got his name in the papers too, and he's always been a bit of a salesman. I mean, that was his strength the whole time at Microsoft. So
I mean, I don't know what your guys' opinions of him are. I don't know if I really have an opinion either. I mean, I guess I respect the person who can create a product and, amass a fortune that shows, all the characteristics that we want in this country and that. So I don't have any problem with him, I guess. I've never had a conflict with the man himself. But I guess I'm a little frustrated. How come somebody who seems like a pretty self-reliant person would go to that, fall to the dark side like that? How do we lose that guy?
Sorry.
well, this background thing though it's one of those deals that I think the NRA even got behind it, and there was a lot of polling that said, okay, background checks not a problem. Registration, we got a problem with that, but background checks, we can get behind that. And so, that's an easy one for them to win on, I think.
I mean, I keep hearing it's his wife that's pushing him to do this. She's really the anti-gun person. You mentioned the fact that he's a computer guy, and so maybe he's thinking about efficiency. But he also runs Microsoft. And Microsoft is, he knows the realities of dealing with people. And so I don't think he would think, let's have a list of good people and bad people. Like Nathan was saying, it's really $1 million. It's not a whole lot. I wouldn't take offense to it. I'm not a big fan of the person myself, but I don't see it as being a big deal.
Well, you think about it too. $1 million in advertising these days, they'll burn through that pretty quick.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, I know I'll be fighting against it.
I mean, it does have an effect. There is that.
His foundation, it says, according to the Wikipedia page, has an endowment of $38 billion.
Oh man.
I mean, and he gave $1 million to gun. I mean, it's almost like he just dropped a 5 in the plate when it was passed. I mean,
Not even that, man. That's like
doesn't even
couch
care.
scrapings. That's couch scrapings right there.
Yeah, his true passion is his foundation and charity. He doesn't really care about guns, or he would have donated to a lot more than that.
it's almost like he needed a convenience.
It's more important to. Yeah, it was more important to him. It's more important to him to do his foundation work. This was probably just a decision he made, either a favor or something. Because think about it, what if Warren Buffett or someone who had done him a favor in the past calls up and goes, "Hey, I need you to give $1 million to Bloomberg to get in the paper and to get some to help us with our money raising rally." It almost sounds like that's what happened.
It would have been an interesting
Well, I'm glad you guys
conversation.
are bringing up that point of view, because now I'm looking at his Facebook page and not a peep about it.
Oh,
And I'm going
Interesting.
back now to August 12th, and nothing, not a peep so far. So, good. We win.
well, we don't lose as hard anyway, right?
Well, we never win because the battle will never be over.
Right.
We just try not to continually lose.
We win this time, because now we can spin this. We can say, yeah, exactly. I mean, somebody I think did the math earlier in the chat and said something like that amount of money. I went into his Facebook page, so I want to see exactly how much it was, because now I'm wondering, what if it was $6 billion that he gave him? Then would you take it seriously?
Oh God, could you
yeah,
imagine?
I mean that would mean he considered it important.
That would make Mikey
Okay, so it probably wasn't 6
a
billion.
little
Then.
kid.
So, but somebody had said somebody had tried to do the math before, and then you just said it was like $5 to him. I wonder how much it really, once we figure out what the actual number really is, like how much it actually is to compared to just his charity's wealth. Because that would be great to be able to go on one of those memes, have a picture of him, and then have it say like, my charity is worth X amount of dollars. I gave 0.002% of that to guns because it's a pointless charity that phoning it in or something.
Well,
I like that, actually.
it takes what 1,000. It takes 1,000 millions to make $1 billion. His net worth, because he didn't write out of the charity, he wrote it out of his pocket. It looks like he's worth $76 billion. So it's like if I had $76,000
$76,000 millions.
If I had $76,000 in my bank account
And
and
you gave
I
him $1.
gave him $1,
Yep.
that's what this is
Oh,
the
shit.
equivalent to.
Yep.
That's interesting. Taking it away from the guns and all that. Somebody should do that to kids once in a while, because that's mind blowing. That's crazy.
So he put $6 billion.
Looking at money that.
Well, you want to do that sort of same thing with national debt sometime, or the stimulus.
Oh, for sure. There's a place called 10,000 Pennies or something, or something like that.
Right.
It was a channel on YouTube, and he used to do a great job of like visualizing our debts and stuff.
Yeah, those are great videos.
The problem is once you visualize your debt, it almost makes you want to make you give up. I mean,
Well, I believe in string economies where if you concentrate on it, the debt's there, but if you don't concentrate on it, it goes away.
Well,
It's the act of observation that creates the debt. If you don't observe it, it goes away.
The thing that I got into the other night with Yankee, because he keeps talking about, oh, you got to have debt to have a healthy economy, blah blah blah, and he kept arguing with it. And I love Yankee; he's really smart, but sometimes I go, look, Yankee, they say 60% is a good debt to national, national debt to national GDP ratio. 60% is what they say is healthy, and that's what the economists agree on. Okay, we went from 60% when Clinton was in office to up to 70 when Bush was in office, and now we're at 105 or 108%.
Right. Yeah, it's scary.
And so it's like, okay, we've had our debt increase way too much since 2008, which is basically when the financial crisis happened. We tried to spend our way out of it, and there's got to be some type of repercussions. Otherwise, we're just made up in a made-up monetary system that's completely arbitrary to anything we think. You know what I'm saying? It blows my mind there hasn't been any whiplash effect from this sort of just making crap up as you go economy we've been living in.
Well, there has been. I mean, if you've been paying attention at the grocery store over the last 6 or 7 years, you'll notice that the things you do buy are smaller, and they cost more. It's across the board, and like we were talking about the price of gas the other day, kind of the same thing.
Yeah, and again, the price of gas, it has fluctuated up and down, but it had reached those prices before, and that's something that is a lot more people are screwing with it than you can even shake a stick at between the speculators and Exxon and other people controlling it.
Well, the fact
as soon as they got it in our mind, it was okay to pay $3.50 for a gallon of gas. They're not going to give that up.
Well, there's that, but then there's also the idea that gas or oil is basically financed with dollars around the world, and if the dollar isn't worth as much, it takes more of them to buy the same amount of oil. Okay.
No, you're absolutely right. Because
so that's
again,
you debase the currency. You debase the currency.
The petrodollar has been debased, and that's why. Yeah, I never really thought of it that way. But you're right. It would have to be more for a gallon of gas if the dollar's not worth as much.
Yeah, and so that's the scary part. If things get out of hand, you could be looking at $10 a gallon. I'm not one of these Chicken Little guys, but
Which is why a lot of people are very concerned over the agreement between Russia and China agreeing to use the yen and the what's the Soviet or the Russian currency?
Ruble.
The ruble.
The yuan.
The yuan. For trade of oil and energy between the two of them, and no longer using the dollar.
That is one of the biggest dangers because OPEC has an agreement and has had it for a long time with us that the U.S. dollar is the only thing that can be used to trade oil. And as soon as somebody gets them to break that agreement, and that'll happen if if we're not OPEC's biggest customer, we lose our market power.
Yes.
So if all of a sudden they switch off and they say, you know what, we'll take gold, we'll take rubles, we'll take yuan, and we'll take yen, and we'll take euros. So I mean, they could switch and say, we'll take any currency you got. We're just going to value it at this value, and you could choose to take it or not, or we'll take gold. If they do that, then we are really screwed because that's happened in the past to other countries.
Well, not only are we really screwed because of that, it's now the dollar really becomes worth what it's worth. If you know what I mean.
It's not artificially inflated with value.
Yeah, that's right. And so instead of it being this bad, it's all of a sudden it's that bad, if you know what I'm saying. So,
yeah, I mean,
but what do you do about it? I mean, as just a Joe Blow on the street kind of guy, hope for the best, and that's about all you really can do. Either that or be prepared to go to war on a major scale.
Well, I mean, and that is, I mean, that's one of my major concerns now. I mean, now that my son has diabetes, I gotta sit here and make sure that I start getting an insulin supply built up, because again, I mean, I've looked at the point where, like, what if an emergency happens? Can I defend my family? Can I get them food? Can I do all this? And I've kind of gotten ideas and plans in place and stuff like that. But as soon as you have something where you have to have insulin and a way to keep it cold and a way to get more of it at some point, it's a game changer. Because it's not about finding food anymore.
What's the shelf life on insulin?
If you take it, you get about 45 days at room temperature out of a vial, and you get about 2 years if you can keep it in the fridge.
Like at 40 degrees or so?
Yeah, about 40, 45 degrees. It only says it's good for a year, but everyone agrees 2 years is really the real shelf life in the fridge.
Sure.
Yeah.
I got more on this Gates thing now. I don't know, switch topics if you guys are in something, but
it's done.
So, is CNET? First off, I found this on CNET, and I thought that was a computer thing. Is that a left or right leaning news outlet? CNET.com.
CNET?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just for like tech news. Well, yeah, they're tech news.
I would say.
Maybe because of Bill Gates, they're reporting on it then. But it is only $1 million. However, it's a little bit different than that because it's not like he just threw that in with Bloomberg's money and it's just like against guns in general. It is against that one initiative in Washington State. So it basically goes to one foundation in Washington State, and then his buddies at Microsoft that make all the money with him at Microsoft added another $2.5 million to that pile. So that's really $3.5 million in that pile, and it says of the $6 million raised so far by the backers. So that seems like a different story when we're talking $6 million for one organization in a single state. No.
Well,
that
yeah,
definitely
and
is
that
more
would
focused
be
to more money. Yeah.
That kind of dollar figure is probably about right. I mean, when you're talking about a statewide initiative like that.
Now, I appreciate what you guys mean about, compared to all of his efforts or whatever. But I mean, at some point, where's Quark at? There's diminishing returns, right? He only needs to throw so much money to win those people over, right, in one state on one issue. So that might have been calculated to be enough. You know what I mean?
Sure. Well, and looking at the polling of it again, like I said, I mean, it's polling at 74%. At least it was a couple of days ago. And so, I mean, if you've got a gun measure that even
74% get rid of it, or
74% approve.
Then what is this? And this is for
require
criminal background checks on gun sales online and at gun shows.
Right. And essentially between any two parties that want to transfer a gun between themselves, they need a background check.
Oh, okay. So they're going to basically eliminate private sales. All sales must go through a NICS check, so through an official 4473.
Apparently, yeah. And unless you're dealing with a curio or it's a family, handed down type of gun.
Yeah, some bullshit things that they'll get rid of as soon as they can. So
Right.
you said it's 74%. Pro
Approve.
the stupid gun or
Yeah.
anti the stupid bill?
Pro.
Holy shit. So
I
basically
know.
they threw $6 million at this and they're already ahead?
Yeah.
Sounds
and
like we
that's-
need to get moving on this then, not just sit around not worried about it, right?
Well, but that's just the thing. It's what I was trying to say earlier. I mean, back
sorry.
when they were doing the well, no, I didn't make myself clear. Back when they, right after Sandy Hook, and they had all of the folks in Washington. Back when what's her face Feinstein was trying to get her deal done, right? They were pissed. They were crying because they didn't get their background checks at the federal level. Remember that? But at the time, I think the NRA even came out in support of it. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think I am.
Are you talking about when right at the beginning of 13 where they sat down for these meetings or whatever and the NRA came out and said like, oh yeah, maybe this would be cool?
We can go with background checks. I think they said something to the effect of, we're okay with background checks. We just don't want registration. And if the bill is written in any way that leads to registration, we won't approve it. And so that ultimately is what happened. But that's not the way it's being written in the Washington deal. Apparently there's enough people that think that it's all right to give an inch.
Wow.
On background
Horrible.
checks.
So I'm going to read you a couple of things in here that are driving me freaking nuts, like chalk or fingers on a chalkboard. And I thought CNET. I haven't thought anything about CNET, so I'll just leave it like that. So the way they, and again, it's one of these things where it's. Oh no, sorry, it is. It's by Chris with a bunch of letters that shouldn't be put together because I have no idea how that turns into a word. But somebody named Chris M, let's say, wrote this. Oh, I guess I can link you because of the technology. Let me use Microsoft technology to link you to this story. All right. So the wording of this: Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates is pushing his financial heft behind his belief that guns shouldn't be sold to just anyone. And then they just leave that laying out there. That's how they start the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Blah blah blah. They talk about the deal and donated 25. And then it says 1 million. However, 1 million seems to say that now they consider it a serious issue. So he seems to think that this is serious. But that's here nor there. When we get down a little bit further, here we go. Gun ownership is a deeply emotive issue in America. So it's emotive. We're emotional about this. Something that many overseas find it difficult to grasp. Well, number one, who fucking cares? This is CNET, exactly. Isn't it? So who cares what the fuck they think they can grasp overseas? And why do we care what this guy who wrote this thinks that what people feel about overseas about how we are free?
I know, that's why I just makes my blood boil to read articles by people like that.
Seriously.
You're supposed to be an American, really, right?
Statistics concerning gun deaths stun those abroad, but seem to have less impact here. They're stunned by the fact that gun crimes are going down over here.
That's why. We're all bloodthirsty savages here. That's why it doesn't bother us.
They turn a blind eye to the dwindling amount of people that get harmed accidentally from their enjoyment of freedom. Anyway, that doesn't say that in here.
Yeah.
The Children's Defense Fund, for example, says that 93% of youths killed by guns in 26 high-income countries are in the U.S. That sounds pretty bad, right? 93% of youths killed by guns for example, says that 93% of youths killed by guns in 26 high-income countries are in the U.S.
What about the low-income countries?
Exactly. Well, no, we don't care about those because they're not civilized or whatever. U.S. youths represent 43% of that universe. Put the word universe in here, just for good standing.
Yeah.
Some estimates suggest America has more guns than cars. So they're detailed writing. Do they mean the American continent or just North America or whatever?
It should be just about the same.
Many Americans believe that guns are a great symbol of personal defense and freedom.
Of course, that's written from the point of view of an outsider to that culture, right?
You think?
I guess so. Clearly, Gates worries that there are too many bad guys who can get a hold of guns too easily.
And clearly he knows best.
Yeah, he worries, so he throws $5 down to
Yeah,
screw with a
exactly.
to screw with an entire state because of
Be-
his worry. I don't
because
want to
Bill-
do any research on this, but I'm
Because
worried
Bill
I'm
Gates
going to
has
change
to
the law.
because Bill Gates has to worry about backing into parking places outside of the Quickie Mart.
Oh yeah, it gets really
I just feel much better knowing that the guy that was responsible for designing Windows 95 is now here to help us solve this very important problem.
Windows 95.
I'm sorry, DOS.
He didn't really design DOS. He stole it, but that's a whole other story.
Let him. It's a fantasy.
Besides, he didn't do the work his partner did anyway. He was
Well,
a salesman, remember?
Well, that's all that stuff is a patchwork of other people's work. No different than the first GUI they bought. No different than the Xerox mouse concept they bought.
all right, but here nor
That's
there.
getting in the weeds.
I'm going to go back to my pet peeves about a shared pet peeve, I think, with other people about calling us people here in the United States Americans. So here's how this worthless writing ends up. The last sentence. Perhaps it's easy to suggest that Bloomberg has no understanding of Middle and South America. How, though, could the NRA criticize Gates? So I'm like, why does Bloomberg care about Middle and South America? And then I'm thinking, oh, I mean, like, the central United States and southeastern, southern United States. Anyway,
Which is kind of the same thing nowadays anyway.
Yeah.
I guess.
They moved the border north. They just didn't bother to tell you guys.
So we're just part of Central America now.
Mexico City is your new frontier capital.
It'll take me a little while to learn Spanish, but just give me internet connection, and I'll take over Mexico. Let's go. I'll start with the warlords. I want to see these caves full of cash and guns.
So, the big hoo-ha about terrorists on the border using their mobile improvised explosives, I guess. Car bombs, basically, rolling car bombs. Anybody read about that?
I did not.
This is something new. I mean,
This is something new.
when did we not have that as a possibility?
Well, a possibility, but this is in
Oklahoma
the realm
City.
of the heightened terror alert. So apparently they're taking it a little more seriously.
It's been a possibility for decades.
What we need to do is turn is into what was. And that's what we need to do.
There's some pretty good guys already on that, I believe.
I know you're right.
Pretty fucking heavy ass swinging, beard wearing motherfuckers already on that.
Yes, they are. Kurds. That's something else, man. The Kurds are the people that'll probably end up saving Iraq after everything Saddam Hussein did to try to destroy them. Crazy place.
And my impression, although probably wrong, is they seem to be the only group that's sometimes reasonable.
I'm not an expert in any of that. It seems like you're right, though.
I mean, like I said, I don't
think
know that for a fact. It's just an impression that I have.
Seems to me, I'd have to look into it, but I seem to remember them telling Bush to go hang it in his ass at some point leading up to the invasion of Iraq. Or they were helping and we didn't bail them out. There was something that happened, and after that, they didn't want to really deal with us anymore, which you can't blame them.
Well, I ain't speaking for everybody. I'm just trying to relay the opinion as I've seen it, since I haven't heard anybody actually voice anything.
I've kept my feelings offline.
Yeah, I don't remember any discussions about it. But like I just said there, if you do that, then it's hardly an issue.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night, you guys. Take it easy. Got ditches to dig and whatnot in the morning, so gonna
There's
have to get up
robots for
early.
that. Just
I know.
get Skylab or Skynet's chip. I'm done with that kind of work.
Yeah. Well, I know. I should do like Ralph says and value my time more and just pay somebody to do it, but it's just the way it is. Anyway, you all have a good night. Good talking to you. Bye.
Catch you
Well,
later.
there's a certain amount of satisfaction on doing real work and digging your own holes. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh yeah, there is. Get it done. Getting a gigabit fiber, so I'll be smiling while I'm digging.
All right, so going along with the Bill Gates thing, Alan Gottlieb challenged him to a debate. You think he'll take him up on it? Alan Gottlieb is the Citizens Committee Keeping Bear Arms, Second Amendment Foundation.
Who did he question to a debate?
Bill Gates. He challenged him to a debate since he threw down that $1 million to screw with them, in Washington.
I don't see Bill Gates in Bill Gates' mind as having to justify himself to anyone other than his wife.
But I mean, I guess, do you think he's passionate enough to try to convince, to let people know his point of view? Like, I've got a better point of view here. I've got the answers. Let me change your mind. He's not interested in that. Just throw down the money.
Well, at least from the books that I've read, and I have read a number which don't mean necessarily anything, is he's much more interested in his own ideas, which he's fairly after which they're formed, they tend to be like concrete and not change.
All right, but still, doesn't that mean he'd want to debate because he's convinced he's correct? Trying to show everybody how dumb they are?
Well, there was no open discussions in the boardroom when he ran it directly. There was no room for an open mind, and that's been an ongoing issue with people that have worked for him throughout the past decades. He did not tolerate open thinking. It was, you get on board with this idea or you get out.
Okay, so you don't think he'll debate him?
I would be surprised if he did. I mean, he might, but I'd be surprised, and only because people at that level very often don't feel they have a need to justify themselves to anyone. They've made the decision, and this is
Well, right, but I'm not saying like that. I'm thinking that if you're in that position, you'd want to enlighten everyone. You'd want to show them why you got to that level or to that position.
Mm-hmm.
I guess not.
Well, this is probably, at least that I know of, the only issue that anyone would ever ask him to justify his position on. I mean, who's going to ask him to justify his position on helping feed starving children? Yeah, I mean, or things like that, which is what his foundation does a lot of, that and educating. Where Alan Gottlieb, I mean, that's what he does, is he stands up and advocates. What do you think, Jeeves?
I was reading the end of this thing. It basically, the one I just linked in there is the Gun Saves Lives talking about the Citizens Committee Keep and Bear Arms challenge to Gates. But, well, I don't know. It really doesn't say. So I guess since I did look at the Bill Gates Facebook thing, and I doubt he updates it, but I suspect if he's got an agenda or a schedule or whatever, a person who manages his time, then, they would put in there if he gave a shit about actually dealing with this guy. So I suspect that he's not going to debate him. But I personally feel like that's something that we should be able to. Just looking at this article, this should be material that we could use against the anti-gun side, because we're basically looking at if you count their wives, like a dozen people who put up $6 million to change law in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I guess it makes some difference on what you think about this actual little splitting hairs of a decision. I personally am repulsed by it because I think it's a massive infringement, and if it's blindly taken or if it's taken without consequence, then it is the slippery slope. It isn't worried about the slippery slope. It is the slippery slope. It is the actual angle that we are now on. So I think it's horrible, but I think that, again, it'd be ours to lose. Nobody's going to just come along here and say, yep, you guys are right, morally or whatever, you're justified, you're right. No, we have to somehow take this and put it out there to show people that, you're basically, as much as I don't like to hide around the skirt of, rich people are mean to us, in this particular case, these rich people threw a lot of money down for one particular thing. And I, for one, would like to hear from at least one of them, like to see if they're really passionate about it. I could almost understand it if the guy's really passionate and he thinks for some reason that this is going to do some good, like this will solve things. Like if he has some reason to think that, I guess I figure if you get that out of their mouths, then you can try to con them into saying, okay, well then let's, even if they don't agree to it, you could say, okay, you thought that this would had, some results, and then in the future you can check and see if you had those results, and if you didn't, that proves that they're dummies. Maybe that's why they won't say it, because they're afraid to be wrong in the future or whatever, potentially be wrong. But anyway, I guess that's what I'd like to see, is one of them stand up and state their position, not just throw some cash down. And if they do just anonymously throw cash down, we should never shut up about that, because we've raised $1 million off of donations less than $1,000, according to this. So how hard is it to get 1,000 out of $1 million? Is $1 million 1,000 thousands?
Right.
So I guess that's well, no, $1 million is something less than that.
And the reason I guess I don't see Bill Gates is wanting to discuss it is that he cannot control the narrative if it's a two-way discussion. And he's so accustomed to controlling the narrative.
Yeah, you're right. He wouldn't want, he has nothing to win by throwing himself out there and looking like a dummy. He just only has to lose. So unless he can just make a video and drop it, he has no interest in putting anything out there.
Exactly.
Which is fine, but again, it shows that he's not passionate about it, and again, it'd be ours to lose if we just let this happen and then just take it as another lump and try to figure out how to get rid of it. We should be holding it by the rooftops that 6 large people really gave a shit, and that changed law that normally would have had more people backing it against it.
Right.
No. On the other hand, it hasn't happened yet either. All they're doing is throwing a bunch of money and campaign behind it, but according to Sandy, I guess 72% of the people are about to vote for it.
Right.
People in Washington are kind of weird, though. Beaver still in here?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and take off. I'll catch you guys later.
Well, that's the end of that.
It's just me in here. If anybody else jumps in the next 5, 10 minutes, I'll stay on. But if not, I'm gonna go and head to bed. I'm not gonna sit up all night.
No. Hey, Red Cat.